Well, that worked. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the pre-stream. We got set up a little bit early today, and so we're just hanging out here before we go ahead and get started. But yeah, if you're just joining us, there's a counter at the bottom. You can go ahead and skip to when that counter goes away in about 12 minutes, because that's when the real stream will begin. Whatever that means, we're not really quite sure. So hopefully everybody is doing good out there. We had another vet appointment today. This time with a cardiologist. Zeus has a little bit of a valve problem, but nothing that requires medication or treatment at this time. Just something to keep an eye on. But that is what was causing his murmur, his heart murmur. Good times. Anyways. Kyle, by the way, I will very much try not to forget this, Kyle, but Kyle had a super chat. So we'll get to that when we get to the main show, Kyle, but thank you for that super chat. And Kyle wants to know, how do you get people who only know D20 into Powered by the Apocalypse mindset? Boiling the frog, like you said before, can work, but it's not a quick option. That is easier said than done. What's up, Panic? Hello. Please explain hard moves and how to make them fun. Yeah, Panic. We'll get into that. Again, we're in the pre-show, so it's just us hanging out, giving chance for people to show up and all that other stuff. But spoiler alert is hard moves should. Let me think of a good way to example of this. There are times when you're playing a normal game of D20. It could be old D&D, it could be old school D&D, it could be newer D&D. And you ever have those moments where like a player character dies or gets really messed up and they kind of go, and they're not like mad about it because they kind of go, yeah, that was on me. Yeah, like I knew the risks, I knew what was going on, I made a conscious decision, and I paid the consequences of my action, and here we are. Hard moves should feel like that, where it follows from the fiction so much so that the player, hard moves are their worst when they come out of nowhere and the player feels like they were blindsided by them and that they were kind of punished for engaging with the game. This comes back down to agency and a bunch of other stuff. And so, yeah, so the key is to sort of set things up. This is true for any sort of D&D game. It's kind of the essential nature of what Powered by the Apocalypse is about. It's just about, constantly keeping the players on their toes, shifting around. Hold on a second. We got a dog barking. So yeah, again, we'll get into that. Mark, I hope you're doing well with everything. It's we're slowly making our way back to normal. Thankfully, work my job has been a little bit calmer, cooler these last couple weeks, which was really good because if I got a bunch of stuff dumped on me, it'd be pretty tough. So luckily, we had a bunch of people out. I was actually worried. Well, not worried, but I was thinking I was going to get a bunch of extra assignments given to me because we have a bunch of people out. A lot of people are taking off right for the end of summer. Some people are out through Labor Day, and so I was worried. I was worried that I was going to get have to step in and fill some other shoes. But so far, that has not happened. That doesn't mean it won't happen, but so far it hasn't happened. Always happy to help, of course, but so that's been nice. So I've been able to just kind of focus on my workload, and my project manager is out this week as well, and I think next week. So that also, again, I have other bosses, but having my project manager sort of out means that it's more smooth sailing than you might otherwise normally get. But yeah, but thank you, PhD. Pathfinder PhD, you ran Monster of the Week for my group this past Sunday. I do feel like I have more to learn. I have yet to make many hard moves or really have combat. That's all right. Again, hard moves are your way of sort of showing the players, the consequences of their actions. And if players are being cautious and careful, and maybe they're rolling well, and they are responding to threats appropriately, then there may not be as many opportunities for you to make hard moves, and maybe that's a good thing. You don't necessarily need hard moves in order to make Powered by the Apocalypse interesting. In fact, we'll get into this, but yeah. Anyways, so what else is new? Anybody else got anything exciting to share? Anything else to talk about? I did ask the Knights of the Last Call Patreon some of their things here earlier today in our Knights of the Last Call content chat, like what they would like to see discussed. It did get kind of buried because people, of course, started, as they do on the Knights of the Last Call Patreon, started talking about Powered by the Apocalypse and started talking about all this stuff. And so it kind of got spammed down there. But to be clear, to Kyle's super chat, one of the main questions it got 7 upvotes was how do I guess what would you like to see tonight? And one was introducing Powered by the Apocalypse to Fantasy 20 D20 players and tips for a traditional Fantasy 20 D20 GM for running Powered by the Apocalypse for the first time. And in this case, this was from Boothby, who will be trying Root in a few weeks. Well, that's good. I mean, if everybody's having fun, it can't have gone too badly, right? Nentir Veil is fantastic, Lugs. Really pumped for it, using the Nentir Veil and everything. Such a cool setting. So are you starting like in Winterhaven, or are you basing this out of Fallcrest? Are you doing, Dawnforge? You do where are you just Nentir Veil in general? I mean, it's a good setting. Fallcrest. Okay, cool. Sick. Yeah, so by Paragon tier, I think, roughly. So one of my players, Mr. Aaron Smith from this channel, he played William Brandis, a warlord. And, there was sort of a Aragorn, look, I've said this before, I've said it again, tropes exist for a reason. Stereotypes exist for a reason. And so, this was a cool opportunity for him to be a, king of men and come from nothing and build up. And so, his kind of character story arc in our 4th edition campaign is that he started off as this sort of, young, charismatic human, who found himself in a group that it was actually, he was the youngest by far, because you had a halfling that was, 50 or 60. You had an Eladrin who was God knows how old, right? You had a dwarf. So these were all extremely veteran warriors, but, he found they kept turning to him for leadership. It's like he had some innate quality. And he had grown up on the legends of the empire or the kingdom of Narath, which had fallen in the prior years, sort of almost like a Rome, right? It was like the great human kingdom of Narath, the empire of Narath, and it had fallen. And, the points of light that were left were these small remaining little bits of things. And he sort of grew up on those tales of chivalry. And so throughout Heroic tier and into Paragon tier, he ended up creating his own, private army, private police force, I don't know how to call it, but they were called the Knights of Narath. And it was sort of like an idea of almost like a Knights of the Round Table. Again, a lot of genres and a lot of tropes sort of being all merged in. And the idea was that they would, they were going to expand those points of light, right? They were going to reconnect these separate pieces of the, or these separated pieces of the former kingdom of Narath. And all the while, William continued to, grow in power and stuff like that. And ultimately, as we reached the end of Paragon, he learned, again, harkening back to Aragorn, that he was from, the ancient bloodline of kings. And he could, be the one to restore the throne of Gondor. I mean Nerith. And so as we went into Epic tier, he took the mythic sovereign Epic Destiny, and his Epic Destiny was, can you reunite the kingdom and become, King William the First of Nerith? Long story short, as they sort of made their way through Heroic, Fallcrest became their center of operations, and Fallcrest became like the up until the very end of the campaign, Fallcrest was sort of the center of the Knights of Nerith's activity, and it sort of had grown in size. We did some big time gaps, like between Heroic and Paragon. I think we took like 5-ish years, maybe, and then between Paragon and Epic, I think we took like 30 years. So by the end of the campaign, William, who was a human, was very old. He was like, into his 70s or 80s. But the idea was, again, Lord of the Rings, he was like a Dunedain, right? He came from that ancient bloodline. And so even though he was, 70 or 80, he was a lot like Aragorn from the films, who, might probably live to 130 or 140 years old. So he was like still, graying in his hair, but in the prime and the vigor of his health. And so by that time in the campaign, by Epic Destiny time, by Mythic Sovereign time, Fallcrest had become this like, large, central city that sort of became the center point of this new kingdom of Nerith reborn. And ultimately, at the very end of the campaign, as the characters began to wrap up their Epic Destinies, one of our players had started the campaign a long time ago with a warlock named Torment, who he retired after maybe like 5th level to make a Dragonborn Ranger. But we liked the character, so we kept him around, and he actually kind of became a villain in the campaign. And the sort of final thing was Torment coming back, and there was this thing with this diabolic invasion and Baal Turoth, and it's a bunch of 4E lore. But long story short, Torment awakened the Tarask to destroy Fallcrest as sort of a final act of revenge, and sort of like in a very kaiju way. But this is 4th edition, and these were 29th level 4th edition characters with really engaged players who knew their character sheets in and out, who studied their D&D Insider accounts. So they had some of the most powerful and broken characters you could ever possibly imagine. And so there, outside the city walls of their huge mega city, which they had built, and all of their various factions and organizations were sort of built around, they did battle with Tarask, kind of in sight of all of their, would be peoples, their subjects, and they killed it, because they're very powerful. Anyways, that's what I have to say about Fallcrest. Dr. Waits says, I ran Dread for my former 4E group Sunday night. They had a blast. The week before, I had a successful Monster of the Week game with them. Yeah, I mean, Dread done well is hard to go wrong. Like, I'm not even that big into horror per se, but Dread, I think, strikes, like, for me, like the perfect balance of that sort of tension. Dread can be more like a thriller per se than a horror game, and I don't mind thrillers to a certain extent. Like, I really like movies like like Silence of the Lamb or Red Dragon, or some of those, Seven. I guess those are borderline horror, but anyways, thank you, Dr. Waits. That's very awesome. And Pathfinder PhD, fantastic. Awesome to hear that. I'm glad for you that you found gainful employment. And if you want to share some of your good fortune with us, well, we'd love to have you. And I think you knocked it out. I think, leaving so much space, draw maps, leave blanks. They did a great job with that, and I think that that's the key there. All right, let's go ahead and get started here. I gotta find it. Here we go.
And let's get ready to RPG.
RPG! 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 RPG!
Hello and welcome to the Night's Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and today, Tuesday, August 20th, 2024, we're going to be talking about Powered by the Apocalypse. And we've been doing a series of streams lately that have been sort of knocking off. We've had some stream goals over the last couple of weeks into a couple months, and we kind of had built up a little bit of a list. So we've been working our way through them. And adding new ones all the way around. For example, our last stream was about Eberron, which was a lot of fun, and I've gotten some really great comments from people, so thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. But we had a tip goal there to do another campaign setting, so we're going to be doing another one of those too here in the near future. But we had a goal a while ago, which was to talk more about Powered by the Apocalypse. It may have specifically been about, maybe it was about Avatar, but I mean, general, I think that the theme of it was, we talk a lot about this game, and a lot of people are very interested by it. There's something about it that even if you don't quite fully understand why, it calls to you. It wants you to engage, and I think there's a reason for that. And the reason is that Powered by the Apocalypse, in many ways, is kind of the way that a lot of us want to GM anyways. It's the way that we sort of think role-playing games should work. And so it can be a little, you know, of course, everybody's different, but, and I say, when I say that, I mean, like in the modern sense, and by the modern sense, I mean, even just like the last, 20, 30 years. Because there was a time and a place where a role-playing game was very much, just a miniature war game, except you controlled one person instead of an entire army. And so that was a very different kind of, a game. The idea that you weren't telling stories in any sort of real way. You were just sort of, battling through a campaign. They called these things campaigns for a reason, and we still call them campaigns to this day. But I mean, that's a war campaign. And I've played quote unquote narrative campaigns, but it's really not war games. I mean. But it's not the same, right? You're there to experience the strategic choices, and you're there to, make decisions and counter stuff. But yeah, so as we moved into that sort of area, I think a lot of people become very compelled by this, and I think, and this may not be us, this may not be you, but I think that the clearest indication of this is the rate and the acceptance and the desire that a lot of GMs have to fudge. And I think that is actually indicative of the fact that I think that's like the core reason why Powered by the Apocalypse can feel so compelling, because there's a moment, and maybe you don't have these issues, but maybe you do, where you're playing a game and you're sitting around the table with your friends, your players, and a really cool or really interesting idea is sort of emerging from the gameplay, a really interesting arc, and the dice don't cooperate, and as a result, it's not even like, oh, it's disappointing, or oh, it's stupid, oh, it's silly. It's that the very question that we're trying to answer has been sort of lost. I'm trying to think of a good example. Okay, I just saw a movie. What did I see? I don't ever watch movies. All right, let's take Avengers as an example, right? Avengers Endgame. At no point should you, realistically, ever be in doubt as to whether or not the Avengers are going to win, right? That's not really the question. Can they win? Will they win? Right? It'd be a very strange game. It'd be very. In fact, that's one of the reasons. Infinity War was kind of such a big subversion. But of course, that Infinity War was not the end of the saga, right? There was an end game after it, and at that point, you're saying, okay, so they're gonna beat Thanos, but how? And what costs are they going to have to pay, and what sacrifices are they going to have to make? And so the question, going into that last movie wasn't, I mean, for a lot of people, honestly, it came down to who's going to die. Is it going to be Cap, or is it going to be Iron Man, or is it going to be both? Or is it going to be neither, right? And so there was this kind of like, that was like the question that we were actually trying to figure out there. We weren't trying to figure out, will the Avengers win? Of course they will. It's their movie. So that kind of mentality, when you sit down to play a video game, I mean, why do people enjoy video games? Video games don't, am I going to beat this game? Am I going to be able to, I don't even know who the main villain is in Baldur's Gate 3, but let's imagine instead we're playing some Final Fantasy game. Am I going to be able to get high enough level and beat, the god in space? Yes. Yes, you will. Right? If you play long enough, you're going to get there. But if I die, what'll happen? You'll reload your game and keep playing. So then why do those games interest us? Well, they interest us because we're really interested in what sacrifices are going to have to be made. What horrible, what element, what are our characters going to have to go through? How are they going to change by the experiences that they've had? And I think this is also where, and again, we're going to be all over the place here tonight, people. So we'll try to keep it somewhat, locked in here. But thank you, Dr. Flamingo, for 5 months of being the adventurer. What's up? Hey to Dr. Flamingo. Good to have you here. So, will you be able to? I don't know video games well enough, Sarek. I don't know what twin emps in AQ means. Turns out, no, you will not. AQ. Is that Encourage? I never rated it in WoW, if it is. I knew that it was Encourage, though, so you got to give me credit there. I'm assuming AQ is Encourage. I could be wrong. But anyways, I think part of the kind of maybe some of the core crux of the problem is that in the earlier versions of D&D, where the math was most decidedly not on your side, there was a legitimate question of, will we be able to beat this thing? Are we all going to die trying? Is it going to be really anticlimactic? Are the 3 Avengers going to make it all the way to the end? They're going to square off against Thanos, and he's just going to embarrass them. And then he's going to get all of the, Infinity Gauntlets, and then Iron Man's going to come in to sort of steal him at the last minute. He rolls a nat 1, misses completely, and the GM goes, yeah, he snaps his fingers, and you're all eradicated to dust, no saving throw. Now, there, don't get me wrong. There's something cool about that, right? There's something very compelling about that. There's something very meaningful about that. That is something to be said. As Doc Flamingo says, it mattered when you won. That's right. But stories can matter, Doc Flamingo, even when victory isn't necessarily in question. There's a reason why people get emotional. People get caught up in TVs, movies, books, because even though we know that the story has already been written, and it's been written in such a way that it's going to end in a certain way. So those earlier versions of D&D is very cool. That's a really awesome, experience to experience. Now, I will say that, a lot of people who have had those really cool D&D experiences, sadly, probably had their GM fudge at least, a couple of times. And they do that because they care, and they understand that the game is heartless and cruel, and, they don't want to have people, to just to die meaninglessly, pointlessly. So, any case, you have those early games. Now, to be clear, those games don't really have any sort of agenda at all. They don't have any sort of goal in mind. It just is, it's an engine that exists, and it is to go and, facilitate this sort of, play pattern of the game system. But as we sort of, I think video games really, but I mean, movies and books too, became more of the forefront for people. And more and more people got into D&D. You got to ask yourself, how did you get involved in D&D? Did you come to D&D from miniature wargaming? Probably not. You probably came to D&D through books and through comics and through movies, right? And TV shows. And so your understanding of what the fantasy genre was came from watching, Aragorn, and came from watching, Mad Mardigan or whoever, Conan. So that idea of the game is very compelling. That's a different way of thinking about the game entirely, right? It's a way of sort of now you're not thinking about, can my character do this thing? Will we be able to do this thing? It becomes more of a, what experiences am I going to go through? What sacrifices am I going to have to make? Now, here's where we get into a problem, because a lot of the modern games kind of want to have their cake and eat it too, and that's fine, because the idea is like, okay, we want people to, be able to experience the adventure and have their characters go through these character arcs, and we want them to experience these really cool collaborative stories, or maybe a non-collaborative story, but one that somebody else wrote and we're experiencing, or whatever. And to that end, it's very much like a video game. I mean, because think about it, right? Like, someone wrote the script to Mass Effect. Someone wrote the script to Baldur's Gate 2 and Icewind Dale and all those, classic computer role-playing games. And a lot of people enjoy going through those plot points. And, there's, depending on the game, right, there's some different choices that you can make. And certainly in the modern Baldur's Gate 3, there's so many choices, it almost feels like it's infinite. But at the end of the day, they wrote that plot, and they wrote that plot to be, interesting and engaging, and to create interesting dilemmas and all this other stuff. So you get to experience that and go through that. But the rub is, some of these modern games say, okay, but our game is still challenge based, right? You still have to. You might not get to experience the end of the game. But the truth of the matter is that doesn't really work well for anybody. It doesn't work well for the company. It doesn't work well for the dungeon master. It doesn't work well for the players. And so they have this illusion that the game is very challenging, but it's not. The math of the game has sort of been designed now so that, yes, it's technically it's like in Dune Part 2, right? When Fade Rotha is down on Gady Prime and he's fighting in the arena, right? It's a real fight, exempting, of course, the one soldier, which was like a big thing. But for the most part, it's spectacle, right? Because the prisoners, the slaves, or whatever that go and fight against these people, they're drugged. They can barely move, they can barely operate. Yes, they have a dagger. Yes, they are technically have free will to do stuff. But when you have this like extremely trained super killer in the form of Freyr Rotha, and then you have a bunch of drugged up, weakened slave people, and you've got your whole crew there to help you kill them, it's like it's a foregone conclusion. But it looks good. Right? It looks good on paper, and so on the screen. And so, and even for the people in the arena, it's like, well, yeah, I know it's fake, but it looks cool. So that's kind of where modern games have gone, is that they have sort of rigged the system. And they try to pretend like this concept of challenge is still in existence. And for the most part, by and large, I don't think that it is. So what happens if we want to embrace sort of this modern idea of collaborative storytelling and telling, but we don't want to bother with some of the issues or the problems of, well, I rolled a nat 1 and now our entire campaign is over. And I think to a certain extent, that's kind of where Powered by the Apocalypse enters the equation. But that being said, there's some weird stuff that we need to get into, because I think that in many ways, I'm going to pull up eventually here the Dungeon Master's Guide, the first edition AD&D Dungeon Master's Guide, and I'm actually going to point out and show you something that it's like in some ways, Powered by the Apocalypse, but especially Dungeon World, and again there was like 4 games, because Powered by the Apocalypse came out, but technically some of the other games I think came out first, but they were all being developed at the time. In various like Google Plus forums and stuff. But, the first 4 games that I'm aware of that really all kind of came out at the same time, and they were all bouncing ideas. Obviously, Apocalypse World by Vincent and McGay Baker was like the genesis, but Monster Hearts, Monster of the Week, and Dungeon World all kind of came out at the same time, because they were all collaborating when they were even in like early alpha. And so for a lot of people, given the choice between those genres, you had weird sex move, post-apocalyptic Mad Max, no real party, Apocalypse World. You had sexy teenage werewolves and vampires. In Monster Hearts, you had probably the second most, the popular one, which was Monster of the Week, which was, Buffy, Supernatural. type monster in Scooby-Doo gang. And then there was Dungeon World, which was, D&D, but with these powered by the apocalypse ideas or principles. And so that's kind of really the way a lot of people experience Powered by the Apocalypse. I've met a lot of people who've played, not a lot, but I've met a lot of people when they say, "Oh, I've played Powered by the Apocalypse," and I say, "What do you play?" They say Dungeon World. Very few people say that they've played Apocalypse World or Monster Hearts. So Dungeon World was sort of the funnel that people came to, and there's a good and a bad to that, because when people ask, one of the main questions that we had here at the beginning was, all the way back here at the top before we even got started. Kyle had added a super chat. He said, "I probably can't watch live, but I want to ask, how do you recommend getting players who only know D20 into a PBTA mindset? Boiling the frog, like you said before, can work, but it's not a quick option." Generally speaking, my answer is, play Dungeon World. For all of its faults, the core premise of Dungeon World is sound. The problem is you just have to sort of rethink what it is that you think Dungeon World is doing for your game. So I'll get to that in a second. But so you've read Luke Crane is making a Dungeon World? Yes, I have. To be clear, Luke Crane has said he is not making Dungeon World 2nd edition. Luke Crane is going to be publishing and has bought the rights to Dungeon World in order to make a 2nd edition. He has said that he will be hiring a developer or a designer. So who that is or who that will be, unknown at this time. The only thing we know is that he bought it lock, stock, and barrel from Sage and Adam, and so he has all the rights to publish it and do whatever he wants to it. So, all right. There's a reason that PF2 doesn't tell you to run Extreme until the end of the campaign. That's exactly right, OED. You're exactly right. And in fact, OED, I actually question if that's even good advice. Because that, in my mind, is the worst time to have your party TPK and have everybody lose. You've been playing this adventure path for 2 years. You've been playing Rise of the Rune Lord for 2 years. And you've invested all this thought and time and process and money. And then you get to the end, you fight Karzug, and a couple bad rolls go the party's way, and he gets a crit off with a disintegrate or something, and before you know it, the party's basically wiped out, and you're like, well, guys, that's the entire campaign. Now, granted, there's some people who go, oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, that might even be me. We played we were playing a Pathfinder 1 campaign for at least 2 years, I think, and we were near the end of the campaign. We were in the 18th level, 19th level, and Smith did something like an asshole, and he was messing around and with artifacts, and I just said, the cataclysmic destruction happens. It wasn't even a dice roll. I was just like, yeah, no, you blow up the artifact inside of an artifact with an artifact. They all explode. Everybody is, whatever killed. But you know what? I'm going to be fair. I'm going to give the campaign a 50-50 shot of just being over. The world may have been destroyed just now. I can't let you walk away with this. And I just rolled the dice because my group would have thought that was been hilarious. But I was prepared to just throw away my entire campaign. But to be fair, that wasn't a campaign about a story. That was a campaign about a mega dungeon. And the whole thing of that campaign was, get cool treasure and level up. So by that definition, the satisfaction comes from, just, grinding. So Eric says Dungeon World, but you could GM D&D according to Dungeon World principles. They'll be playing PBTA without even knowing it. And that is actually sort of the key, because let me give you an example. Okay, let me give you an example. All right, let's say that we're playing 5th edition D&D. Okay, let's say that we're playing 5th edition D&D, and we're describing maybe we're not playing with a grid or anything like that, right? We're just we've got maybe some rough drawings, maybe we've got some miniatures, but it's really primitive, or maybe we're not. Maybe it's completely theater of the mind. Okay. And I describe that, as you guys are sort of picking your way through one side of a room, there's pillars and there's cobwebs, and then there's suddenly a commotion at the other side of the room, and the door busts open and 3 Knoll warriors come in, and you can hear the howts and the shouts and hoots and hollers of more Gnoll warriors behind them, and they come pouring in, their crude battle axes raised as they come straight across it. And I say, I was like, fighter, you said you were in the lead. What do you do? And the fighter says, he looks around like, right, how many Gnolls? You're like, you don't know. It's hard to say. They're charging at you fast. What do you do? And then the fighter goes, screw it. I've got my sword, my shield out. I charge into them, and I go, okay, awesome. You guys clash in the middle. Make an attack roll, and the player rolls, and they go, okay, what's their armor class? And I go, 15 or maybe whatever. You're not trying to fudge, or anything like that. And the player rolls they get a 13. They get a 14. And innately, they're going to kind of go, And for a lot of reasons, right? Number one, because it sucks to miss. Number two, because this felt like a cool moment for them, didn't it? The fighter very, very heroically, very defiantly charging across the room, engaging into an unknown number of Gnoll warriors, meeting them halfway in the battlefield, setting the line, maybe giving his party members time to retreat or to recover or to position themselves or cast spells or whatever it is that they need to do. So it feels like a really cool moment. And intuitively, we understand that we went to the dice for a reason. And I've said before, we don't want to fudge there, okay? But imagine, again, we're playing 5th edition D&D, and the player rolls, and they needed a 14, and they got a 13. Very close. Just barely missed it. And you say, the player kind of goes, oh, and you go, you're like, oh, no. Like, you're charging forward. They are heedlessly attacking. There's no way that you can miss. So you bury your sword into one of the Gnoll's chests. Go ahead and roll, your damage. And the player's like, oh, awesome. And it's like, but the shock of you colliding into this line of Gnoll warriors, each of whom, by the way, is about a foot taller than you, knocks you off balance. You find yourself pedaling backwards on your heels. They're moving in around you, already sort of surrounding you. They're going to get advantage to attack you, until, you can regain your position. And the player goes, oh, that's cool. Okay, yeah, all right. Does his damage. And, maybe it's set up in such a way. Maybe there's some old schoolism here. I don't know what the damage is like in 5th edition. But the player kills the Gnoll. And the Gnoll goes down. But now the player finds himself, the two other warriors are swarming in on him on either side. The warriors from the back that you couldn't even count in the darkness as they came into your torchlight are filling the gaps, and the warriors basically being overwhelmed. 5th edition doesn't have flanking rules officially, but we're for all intents and purposes, we're saying that our fighter is flanked here. He's going to get a bunch of Gnolls attacking him with attack of opportunity, or advantage. So that was D&D, right? Armor class, Gnolls, fighter, shield, armor, attack bonus, longsword damage, hit points, killing the Gnoll. That was D&D. But that was D&D run like a Powered by the Apocalypse game. Because I'm not really interested in, and by the way, you might say, oh, that's sick that you're going to set up this advantage, and then your Gnolls are going to be able to kill the fighter, and it's going to be a really great combination strategy tactic. No, that's not even why I did that. Because you'll notice the Gnolls didn't attack, right? The Gnolls set up this idea of a really nasty attack. So what do you think I do in that situation, right? I quickly cut over to the rogue. Why do I cut to the rogue? Well, because the rogue is very dexterous and they have a very high perception, right? The rogue would have been naturally quick. And I go, and also too, I want them to feel cool because they're the really perceptive, quick on their feet rogue. And I go, rogue, you obviously are prepared first. In fact, while the fighter was charging, what were you doing? And the rogue goes, while the fighter was distracting the Gnolls, I shot over to the side of one of those pillars and I drew out my 2 twin daggers, right? And I go, awesome, yeah, you do that, right? So you're in those pillars. You see the fighter engage the line. The one Gnoll goes down, a spurt of blood choosing from his chest. And as your fighter ally withdraws his sword, he finds himself, the Gnolls are surrounding him. 2, then 3, maybe 4. He's completely surrounded. You know that they have advantage to attack. What do you do? Now, I've set up this situation where the fighter is in trouble. But instead of, delivering on that, I go back to the rogue and I say, so what do you do? And the rogue has this awesome moment. He goes, yeah, I'm gonna leap in from behind them out of the shadows, and I'm gonna start killing these Gnolls while they're focused on the fighter. And I say, that's awesome. Make a stealth check to see if you can approach carefully. Now, of course, are you going to be able to approach? Absolutely. Of course, I want you to make it, an approach. What I'm doing the stealth check for mostly is to understand how this is going to change the fiction and the narrative. This is a cool moment, and I want the rogue to feel good about the choices that he made in investing in his stealth. I'm not really trying to discern. There's no world where the rogue is going to roll really low, except maybe a nat 1, just because it's D20, and I respect the nat 1. But there's no situation where I'm going to say, oh, you step 5 feet out from the pillar and you step on a rock and all the gnolls turn to you and they look at you and they're like going, oh, what is this guy? No, that's not an issue. Okay. In fact, I might do something like this. Again, I've said this before. I don't respect 5e. Throw it out the window, right? I go, rogue, make a stealth attack. And the rogue says, what's the DC? And I go, well, the fight, and again, calling back to the fighter and that awesome heroic action that he did. I go, the gnolls are totally distracted by this fighter who's running in with his flaming, his flaming sword or whatever into the middle of them. You're off in the shadows. They didn't even see you. So you can get advantage to your stealth check, Make the player feel good about the choices that they made. And I go, but so the DC is, 14, 15. Rogue rolls, succeeds. And they go, oh, cool. Does that mean I snuck up? I go, no. I go, it means that one of them is already dead. How did it die? And the rogue goes, what? I was like, dude, you're there before they even know what's happening. And he's like, I was totally behind the one guy, and it looks like the gnolls about to attack the fighter, kind of almost from the rear, like a rear strike, and then his throat gets slit with the double black bladed daggers, and he goes down. I go, excellent. Okay, now it's your time for your actual attack. That other kill, that was just free because you're the rogue and you're a badass, and you stealthed in, and they didn't even have a chance to attack. They can't defend against you. Attack rolls are for when people are battling. What you just did was an assassination, son. And the rogue goes, oh, man, I'm a badass. And the fighter's going, man, my rogue is kind of a badass. And the fighter's also thinking, wow, the rogue is helping me even the odds. Maybe we can go back to back, right? So what is happening right here? Well, what's happening here is we're playing D&D, but we're playing with Powered by the Apocalypse framework. And the truth is, this is what I did when I played 5th edition. I couldn't help myself because it's just like, I don't really care about the game. There's some game systems where I go, look, this game has obviously been meticulously crafted and balanced, and I want to respect that. And the players have made choices in order to gain its strengths in certain areas, and I want to respect those choices. And I'm not just going to throw that stuff away because, just because I feel like it would be cooler to do so. I'm respecting the game, the capital G, the gamist element of that game. Pathfinder 2 falls in this category, as does 4th edition D&D, and some other games as well. When I'm sitting down to play, Magic the Gathering, right? I don't just randomly go, well, I'll let your lightning bolt kill my 4 toughness creature because it would be cool to do so. No, lightning bolt does 3 damage. That's what it does. You should have picked a better spell. Lightning bolt is the GOAT, but you should have picked a higher damage spell. Or I had my combat trick, whatever. So, in the case of 5th edition, though, I don't really care. Is anybody really impressed with their ability to win at 5th edition? Is that even a thing? I've heard online that it's a joke, that player characters are busted anyways, and that the monster math doesn't make any sense, or maybe it's completely busted the other way. I don't know, right? And the same thing. And by the way, 5th edition might purport to do that, but go back to an old school game. Go back to Shadow Dark. Kelsey would be the first person to tell you, yeah, there's not really balance. What is it? I don't know what that means. Look at Dragonbane, the game that, or Forbidden Lands. Sorry. Forbidden Lands right here. Those games don't even have CR ratings. So how would you even know if something is balanced? You wouldn't. There is no concept of the idea of it. It's just completely foreign to that game. So in that case, we can ignore the game. So then we're left with 2 things. And in the case of when I was playing 5th edition, I wanted to create a pulse-pounding action scene RPG where these characters were, making choices and were potentially under danger and would potentially suffer from consequences. But they were being empowered by the fiction that we have established, rather than being slavishly devoted to this idea of simulating binary probability outcomes. And the truth of the matter is, in movies, in fiction, and reality, in real life, very rarely do you ever get binary pass-fail? When you take a test, it's not you got a perfect, you failed. There's shades of degree. There's B's, there's C's, there's D's. When I sit down to do a woodworking project, it is almost never the case that I'm like, am I going to work on this thing and then fail? And I'll be left with what? A pile of rubble? No, that's not even how anything works. Now, granted, there are outcomes that might differ. You know, it might take me longer. I might have to spend more money. I might have to get a new tool. I may have to make changes to my design. I may have to make compromises to the piece. It may end up being a different color than I thought that it was going to happen with the protective coat or the stain. There are things that are, you know, kind of at play and that can change, I can get better at. But the idea of that, like, I'm going to just fail is pretty crazy. Anyways, so the answer to how do you get people to play Powered by the Apocalypse is, I think, play it like you're running D&D, but that it's kind of okay in a weird way to fudge, as long as it's done according to the principles and agendas of the game. And again, like I said, this is going to be a weird, wide-ranging topic, and I apologize if I miss anybody's comments. I see Alia's here. Welcome, Alia. Panic says, I've been running a Dark of Winter campaign at my encounters are extreme plus. But Panic, right? Dark of Winter is very much a game that is based around this idea of, can you beat it, right? The challenge of this game isn't, is your character going to undertake a monumental character-defining arc? No. The point of that game is, can you beat these, extremely tough encounters? Hello from the lake, Jim Scott. Hello. Kalana, hello to you as well. I'm here for Derek impressions. Oh, that would be awesome. That might even be me. I'm not sure I got it. So Trajan Tardis says, narrative versus system-based resolutions by the GM. You're describing, rather than having them roll for initiative, the narrative. Get rid of initiative. I'm not a big fan, I will admit, of initiative. And quite frankly, I don't really even think you really need it. In a game like D&D, the key here is you just want to make sure that there's things for people to do that make them feel empowered, and that you don't keep going to the same, again, if you're the type of player or the GM who doesn't if you have some player who's a spotlight hog and you as a GM are cowardly and refuse to do anything about it, and they keep dominating the action, okay, then maybe you do need initiative because you obviously cannot handle the issue of that. But there are times and there are places where the spotlight should reside more on one character for a longer period of time, and so getting rid of initiative in that respect, I think is totally fine. I mean, balance isn't a waste of time, Trajan, if you want a part of your RPG to be, can you beat this game? Can you, combat as a sport, right? If combat as sport is important to you and your players, then balance is very important, because you want to feel like the choices that you made, both strategically during, say, character building and tactically during, let's say, the combat, are making a difference to the outcome. But if all those outcomes lead to the same outcome, which is the players win, then it's not an issue of balance being a waste of time. It's that what they are balancing to is a waste of time. And that's kind of where we get to that. Let's see here. Gonza says, I just found your comment surprising. The ones I know from Magpie to Evil Hat actually keep going back to Apocalypse World. Most of them, well, the designers maybe are going back to Apocalypse World, but I think most people who have dabbled with Powered by the Apocalypse have done so through Dungeon World. Jim Scott, $20, says, Viva Las Vegas. Yeah, by the way, we just totally non-binding, but, you know, this week marks Knights of Last Call's unofficial holiday, August 22nd, and this was supposed to be NightCon. We were supposed to be doing NightCon this week, but when we started organizing it in the beginning of the year, we couldn't find any places. Everything was booked out, and it's like they're like, yeah, you need to book out 6, 7, 8 months in advance, maybe a year, and don't try to do it anytime in the fall or the late summer because that's wedding season. You know, try to do it like early spring or something when nobody's getting married. And I was like, oh shit, okay, so we failed. So no NightCon. So, but originally we were going to do NightCon. We were going to do it local here by where we all live. At the time, we had the studio. We thought it'd be cool. People could come in and see the studio. Maybe we could do a big group. But of course, we don't have the studio anymore. But now that everything's up in the air anyways, there's a lot of jokes about, doing NightCon in Vegas because it would be super easy to get, people flying there and get people in there. And it's designed to set up for that kind of conventions. And it wouldn't even be a blip on their radar. It'd be so small. The other option, which somebody mentioned, I think Bob or something like that, was like, what about doing, or maybe it was Trevco or somebody said, what about doing it on a cruise ship? So this is totally non-binding, but if you do want to throw some support our way, let me know where you would have preferred to have it if it was done. Anon says, challenge implies that there is a set of optimal actions which can and must be taken to overcome a challenge, and I'm not even sure that's a thing in RPGs. Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, because the idea to me of challenge is like how much, how can I say this correctly? There's this idea of how much compromise do you as a player group or an individual player have to sacrifice in order to achieve your goals. So what I mean by that is, if the idea being that if you played really well and you overcame the challenges very well and you built your characters very well, then the answer to that question might be none. You don't have to make any compromises. You win, nobody dies, everybody's good, the village is safe, the crops are fine. You know what I mean? Like farmer maggot gets married, right? Everybody's good. You beat the game in that respect. The problem with a lot of D&D games is like the challenge goes from you win and nothing bad happens to you win and nothing bad happens to you win and nothing bad happens to you lost and everything. Technically, the whole campaign is over. Unless you do some sort of weird hand-wavy resurrection, the party comes back. Somehow the party returned. That's the problem. The problem is that there's no you go from 100 to 0 very quickly in these games because there's no release mechanisms for the players and for the GM to even have an out to how these characters and how these consequences can build up. But if you did have that, then you could create these sort of outcomes. OED says, I had this problem with Root recently. And this is a good example of, some of the downsides of Root, where it makes cinematic sense for the foe to be defeated, but they still have injury boxes unticked. I don't want to ruin the system of weapons, traits, and moves. Well, the answer actually here, OED, is the fiction should determine what is happening in this situation. In fact, one could argue that if it made, now you said cinematic sense, so I'm not really quite sure what that means. But what I would say is that means that you missed potentially a GM move where you should have marked extra boxes of injury to that character if you wanted to be, officially within the rules and have them have all their injury boxes ticked. Because, Powered by the Apocalypse is first and foremost about fiction first gaming. Oh, it wasn't even directed at me. All right, guys, well, that's fine. I like to say that 5e's math just exists to exist. Yeah, but that's okay because, you know, we can still use that to create uncertain outcomes, which is fine. My hang up with it is that I'm not interested in a game where the PCs can't die or fail. Well, that's not necessarily true. PCs can die. PCs definitely can fail. For certain. So I don't think that that's true. In fact, I would venture to say that if you eliminated GM fudging, that PBTA is probably more deadly and dangerous than most modern D20 games. Probably. And they could certainly fail. Let's be very clear from that. Yeah, I mean, and also too, a lot of the conversations about like what makes GMing this game so hard is people have been brainwashed, and they've been brainwashed by 5e, but they've also been brainwashed by, you know, video games, and you know, everybody is so used to just, you know, waiting your turn to take your action, go around in the circle, take your action, and the person who needs to sort of break them free of that is the GM. Trev, go. I'll move it over, buddy.
Trekvo tipped $5. Vegas, baby, Vegas.
The joke is that they, you know, that we'll do it at the Excalibur, which is the castle, the night themed hotel and casino. Let me change this. There we go. Thank you, Trevco, for that. In order for a game or movie to be meaningful, we need to buy into the stakes of the game and generally feel when those stakes are threatened, and then push to achieve them to have some meaningful cost. And that's the key thing here, you know, like, is that, you know, Mouse Guard teaches us, right? It matters not what we fight; it matters what we fight for. And that's again what these things are trying to, you know, are trying to sort of to get at here and to the heart of it. All right, I want to sort of take a step back though for a moment, and I want to talk about a couple of things. I don't know how to do this. It's very difficult. I wish we could, you know what? I wish we were at NightCon and we could just like hang out in a room for a couple hours, and I could bring some of you up on stage, and it would be a lot easier actually if like I could do like little vignettes of Powered by the Apocalypsing, you know, type of things here. But let me try going. Gonza, thank you.
Gonza tipped $3. An important element of 2 is fictional positioning. That's how PCs/NPCs can die regardless of injury boxes, or how killing a 16-horsepower dragon is just impossible.
I like that it said HP was horsepower. That might be my new favorite thing. The 16 horsepower dungeon. Yeah, so, you know, again, if you as the GM, I mean, I'll give you a good example of this. If you as the GM have established that this gigantic rolling ball of death is going to kill you, and the player makes a decision to, you know, push the wizard out of the way and gets hit, then regardless of whatever that game system has, conditions, injury boxes, hit points, you are well within your rights as a GM to make as hard of a move as you'd like to and kill the PC. Now, a lot of that is you setting the tone, right? It's you sort of, what kind of game are you running? And so, you know, if the fictional position is there for your character to die, you know, they should absolutely die. All right, okay. I thought I opened this and then it just went away. Interesting. Okay. All right. Let me do this. Sorry, I'm just just figuring some stuff out here. Okay. All right. There's our Excalibur. All right. Make as hard of a move as you want. Uh-oh, Derek is bringing the stream back on focus. So one of the things that gets, talked a lot about in sort of the PBTA space is this idea of of the conversation. And could we have used smaller fonts? And the idea of the conversation is that the players and the GM are going back and forth. Okay. And let's imagine for a moment that our RPG had no rules per se. The only thing that our RPG, no dice, nothing existed. Okay. The only thing that would happen is the players would describe what their character, the GM would describe something, and then the players would describe what they were doing, and then the GM would respond. So now that might seem crazy and weird until you realize that that's how a lot of early role-playing games functioned. The rules weren't that lengthy. They mostly covered combat. And so a lot of the game was just you and the GM going back and forth. So as an example of this, let me bring this up. So this is from the first edition Dungeon Master's Guide. And this is a brief, like 5 pages, where Gary sort of describes this famous dungeon here, the Dungeon of the Fire Opal. Okay, and in the adventure that they describe, the players, they move down into room 1A here in the middle, and from the stairs, and there's a giant spider or something, they fight it. Then they go to the west into room 2 with the river. They find a scroll case wedged in a skeleton in the stream, and it contains a map of some areas further to the south. But other than that, the rest of the map is blurred and destroyed. So then the party decides to go south, right? So they're going to go down to room 3. And we can see here from our map that we're the GM, right? We have a secret door here. And it's a room. It's 50 feet. Remember, these are 10-foot squares. This is back in the day. So this is a 50-foot by 50-foot room, and it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 feet south. Okay? So let's catch up with our party that is heading that way. Okay? All right. So the DM, I should say, says, LC, by the way, means lead character, because usually you had one person who kind of spoke on behalf of the party to the DM. Okay, so the lead character says, we're going to go back east 20 feet, back to the first room, which takes us back to the entry chamber. And then we'll head south down that long corridor there. We'll look carefully at the map we found to see if it shows any traps or monsters along our route. You are at the mouth of the passageway south in the center of the south wall of the entry chamber. The map doesn't indicate any traps or monsters, so you go south down the passage. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 feet. The passageway is unremarkable, being of stone blocks and natural stone, with an arched ceiling about 15 feet high. At 90 feet, you come into the northern portion of a 50-foot by 50-foot chamber. It is bare and empty. There are no exits apparent. It seems to be a dead-end place. There's a little parentheses here. The GM makes a rounding monster check. There's no check. What are you going to do? Now, we're going to come back to this parentheses, okay? We're going to come back to that. But for right now, let's ignore it. We'll look at our map again. Does this look as if there were the rooms with the coffin shapes? Certainly not. This place seems to be about where the blotched area is on the map, but there are no passageways out of it. Lead character. Let's tap along the south wall, especially in the center of the 30-foot, to see if it sounds hollow. Now, as a reminder, sorry, I'm scrolling up here, but this is where they're at. They're in room 3, okay? And that lead character was very smart. They were very intuitive because there is a secret door in the middle of the southern 50-foot wall. So just saying that. All right. Let's tap along the south wall, especially in the center 30 foot, to see if it sounds hollow. The cleric, gnome, and halfling will do the tapping, while the magic user and I will walk back the way we came. Okay? The DM rolls a few dice behind the screen several times, knowing that tapping won't show anything, as the secret door is 10 feet above the floor. In other words, again, in the parentheses, we can ignore this. The GM is just rolling dice to fuck with them. There's no check that's being made, because he knows that they can't find anything. The entire wall sounds very solid. You spend a full 10 minutes thoroughly checking, even to the far east and west, and all three of you are convinced it is not hollow beyond. However, the gnome, who you placed in the middle, noticed some strange holes in the wall. There were square places cut into the natural stone, each about half a foot per side and a bit deeper than that. There were 2 of them at 20 feet and 2 of them at 30 feet, one above the other. The lower is at about 3 feet and the higher is about 6 feet. He found some splinters of wood inside one of those sockets or holes. An OC is another character. Does the smudged area give us any clue as to what the holes could be for? Let's feel around inside of them, see if there's some sort of levers or catches or somethings. And then lead character says, yes, look at the map and carefully check those holes, but with daggers first. We don't want to lose any fingers or hands. When all of that comes to naught, in other words, nothing happens, can anyone think of why there would be wood splinters in the holes? Surely this must be some sort of clue. The only thing I can think of is that the holes are sockets for some sort of wood construction. Sure. How about a ramp or stairs? How high is the ceiling in this place? Oh, it must be 25 feet or more. Lead character. Let's form a human pyramid and see if there's a secret door higher up on the wall. Right here in the center where the passage seems to be going on southward. I'll form the base, and the rest of you help the gnome and the halfling up and hold them here. Use the pole while they tap. What do we discover? Now, this is clearly a nod to the game's sort of weird simulationist roots, but the halfling at the top has a 1 in 6 chance of slipping and bringing you all down. Where that number came from, who knows? The GM just made it up. But it doesn't happen. And both the gnome and the halfling manage a few taps, and even that feeble work seems to indicate that there's some sort of space beyond. Okay? Let's change the plan a bit. The cleric and I will hoist the gnome up and hold his legs firmly while he checks around for some way to open the secret door. Meanwhile, the halfling and the magic user will guard the entrance so that we're not attacked or surprised by some monsters while thus engaged. All right, you accomplish a shuffle, and let's see if anything comes. Rolls a d6 for random monsters, nothing encounters. The guards see nothing. Now, what is the gnome doing? I'll scan the stone first to see if there are marks or any sort of operating device evident. Some stone projections seem rather smooth, as if worn down by use. That's all you're able to note. Then I'll see if I can move any of the stone knobs and see if they open up a secret door. I'll push, I'll pull, twist, turn, slide, or otherwise try to trigger this thing if possible. The fist-sized projection moves inward, and there's a grinding sound and a 10-foot by 10-foot section of the wall, 10 feet above the floor, swings inward to the right. The gnome, I'll pull myself up into the passage revealed, and then I'm going to see if I can drive in a spike, and I'll secure my rope to it so I can throw the free end down to the others. You get up all right, and there is a crack where you can pound in a spike. As you're doing it, though, you might be in for a nasty surprise, so I'll let you roll a 6-sider to let me see your status. Make the roll. Groans come up as a 1 indicates surprise. The DM then rolls 3 attacks for the ghoul that grabbed at the busy gnome, and 1 claw attack does 2 hit points of damage and paralyzes the helpless character, whereupon the DM judges that the other 3 ghouls would rend him to bits. However, the DM does not tell the players what has happened, despite impassioned pleas and urgent demands. He simply relates. You see a sickly gray arm strike the gnome as he is working on the spike. The gnome utters a muffled cry, and then a shadowy form drags him out of sight. What are you going to do? Ready weapons and missiles. Magic user, use your magic missile spell. Watch the opening. You hear some nasty rending noises and gobbling sounds, but they end quickly Now, you see a group of gray-colored human-like creatures with long, dirt and blood-encrusted nails and teeth bloodied and bared coming to the opening. As they come to the edge, you detect a deep charnel smell coming from them. 4 of them, in fact. Now, there were no checks made at any point during this entire conversation. Arguably, the only thing that we did is we rolled a d6 to see if our gnome was surprised. And, but they were playing an RPG, right? This is classic old school D&D stuff, right? They were just having a conversation. The players would describe something, the GM would describe something back. The players would describe something, the GM would describe something back. And the GM was, in some cases, using their map and their prep for what they knew. You know, they knew the secret door was 10 feet above. But for the most part, the GM was just sort of going based off of their gut and what felt right. Down to and including the gnome being completely gobbled up and eaten by the gnolls. Now, to be clear, this line of text might seem horribly tragic to people, but, you know, this was sort of the nature of the game back then. Now, of course, as I said before, we're, you know, more interested in our characters' story arcs and stuff like that. And so, you know, that is a little bit of a different experience. But the important thing to take away from this here is this was just a conversation between the GM and the players with no skill checks and no feats and no abilities. You know what I mean? It was just them going back and forth with this conversation. Now, as part of because the GM in theory has, infinite power, or whatever you want to call it, the GM could, the GM, whenever the conversation comes to them, the GM could say or do whatever they want, right? So technically, in our basic game here that has no rules, the GM can say or do whatever they want. So the player says, Derek, DM, I want to try to look for a secret door. And the DM could say, you find the secret door. Or the DM could say, you're killed instantaneously. Or the DM could say, you know what? The stone wall turns into rainbows. All right. So the GM can say or do whatever they want. Okay. So maybe that's not the best phrase then, because that's probably a problem. So we want to add to this. We want to add something. We want to give the GM an agenda. We want to give the GM something that they can use as a sort of sounding board to determine what are the things that I am responding back appropriate for the kind of game that we are playing. And, you know, people have talked a lot about the agenda before, but, you know, it varies from PBTA game to PBTA game. But one of the most common agendas are things like be a fan of the PCs, fill the PCs' lives with excitement and danger, say what honesty demands, right? So these are some of the agendas that have sort of permeated most of the PBTA framework. And so going back to our brutal dungeon example, clearly the gnome being consumed by the ghouls with very little chance for recourse does not meet our agenda of being a fan of the PCs. It certainly, now you might say it is saying what honesty demands, so sometimes you got to make tough choices. Now, of course, at that time, in 1978, 79, when this book came out, the agenda probably looked more like that. So play Dungeon World. Okay, play PBTA. Have that be your agenda. And boom, you're playing old school D&D. Okay? Because in this case, you're just saying what honesty demands. You're not trying to be biased. You will probably interject some bias into the game. It's unavoidable. But all you are trying to do is say what honesty demands. And so in that respect, you're like, look, the players are searching, but there's no way they could find the secret door because it's 10 feet up off the floor. So you don't find it. And no one said that you were going to do it. And honesty demands that I say you don't find the secret door. But you do. I do have to tell you that you find these wooden sockets, or these sockets that had wood. Okay. Well, we're going to go up there. We're going to move them. All right, great. Well, the door opens. You move in there. Okay. Well, the gnoll attacks you, paralyzes you. And, realistically, the fiction is first. We don't have any idea of game and balance and any of this stuff. This is not combat as sport. All right. 4 ghouls are going to rip you to pieces. I know that's a very strange thing to get our mind behind, but the fact is, if you're like, let me let me put it this way. There's a common thing that is talked about in Pathfinder 2. I actually asked Mark Cypher about it not that long ago, where if your character is paralyzed, yes, paralyzed, you could still make a reflex save, and in fact, you don't get a penalty to your reflex save if your character is paralyzed. That is, you cannot move. So in the game, you get to make a reflex save. In fact, you could roll a critical hit. You could be a rogue who has the evasion ability, implying that you're able to, get out of the way, and you could be paralyzed. And if you succeed, not even critically succeed, if you succeed, you take no damage from whatever it is that we're thinking, because your character is evading and is so nimble and dexterous, but you're paralyzed. It may not seem like that, it may not seem that much of a weird leap, but the difference between that and the 4 ghouls killed you is kind of the same thing, okay? Because if this gnome is working, it gets grabbed by a ghoul, pulled back to 4 bloodthirsty ghouls, right? Now, in game terms, the gnome has 36 hit points, and the gnome, has to go to dying 4, and, the gnome is only paralyzed. That doesn't affect his armor class. So the ghoul should spend several rounds raking and clawing into him before he's dead, right? And even then, he'll be at dying 1, then dying 2, then dying 3, and finally dying 4 dead. And even then, he could spend all his hero points, come back, be stabilized, and then they'd have to go back through dying 1, dying 2, dying 3, dying 4 again. Okay. But in that case, you have a very different agenda than saying what honesty demands. But you're talking about the framework of a game in which characters can make a reflex save while paralyzed. Okay? Let me tell you something. I don't know very many GMs back at this time in this place. And in fact, I don't know very many DMs up until recently that would have ever done something like this. If first edition D&D had reflex saves, okay, if a character was paralyzed, as in they could not move, whether through magical spells or ghoul's touch, a carrion crawler's caress, what else could paralyze you? Could Gelatinous cubes paralyze you? Maybe they could. Regardless of the situation, the GM would never have allowed you to make a reflex save. Again, it wasn't called a reflex save back then. It would have been a save versus breath weapon if it was coming from a dragon, or a save versus spell if it was an exploding fireball. But the GM would have basically said, yes, there are rules for making saving throws, but they don't apply in this situation. Okay? What applies in this situation is your character is standing in the middle of a room while a dragon is breathing fire, and your character is paralyzed. You get hit. You get hit for the full damage. I can kind of say whatever honesty demands. So this idea of PBTA is really shifting the game back towards this kind of earlier form of the game. And the whole framework of PBTA really just kind of took this idea that a lot of GMs, were just making stuff up as response because the rules didn't really support much. Now there were a few instances where the rules did come in, and that's when you would roll dice. But even then, think about something like in Powered by the Apocalypse, right? You have this idea of like, 1 to 6, 7 to 9, and then 10 plus, right? And there's no such thing as a DC, right? Hey, I'm going to bend bars. We're stuck in the prison. I'm going to bend the bars and I'm going to try to pull them open with my great strength. Okay, great. Well, roll 7 to 9 or 10 or higher and you do it. But what about the thickness of the bars, or what about any of this stuff? Does any of that matter? Well, okay, no, but consider that in D&D until 3E, ability checks were static. Saving throws were static. There were no DCs. If your character in AD&D 2nd edition or 1st edition had a 17 strength, then when the GM asked you to make a strength check, you had to roll 17 or less. And it didn't really matter what it was. In fact, at that time, essentially, in that rule set, the player tries to do something that uses their strength. The GM basically had 3 options that they could do. Nope. They would just say, it's way too heavy and you don't even get to roll. They could say, sure, automatic. It's totally light enough. It's not even a question. No reason to roll. There's no ambiguity. In both nope and sure, automatic, there's no reason to roll the dice. It's just a given. And then the last option is, sure, make a strength check. And again, there's no DC. It's just, can you roll on a D20 flat less than or equal to your strength score? And if you can, then you do it. And if you can't, then you don't. That's it. And guess what? That kind of play pattern is kind of very similar to Powered by the Apocalypse. Now, sure, Powered by the Apocalypse has this idea of the partial success. But generally speaking, in Powered by the Apocalypse, okay, you have to assume that the default response of a player trying to take an action is that you, as the GM, just tell them what happens. You get to make it up. You get to say what happens. You get to now modern RPGs and modern Powered by the Apocalypse games, but even modern other non-Powered by the Apocalypse games have this idea of agendas and principles, things that sort of guide and put some rails, put some walls around what we can and should do with our GM moves. But by and large, when a player asks you to do something, you're just going to tell them what happens. The only time that you roll the dice in a Powered by the Apocalypse game is when the game itself is telling you this is something that we care about. Now, Eric says say yes or roll the dice. Well, no, Eric, because it could also be say no. I would say, though, that because we're not trying to, well, now we're getting a little bit off topic here, but we're not trying to simulate how difficult something is. All right. I think it is totally fine to say what you are asking to do is impossible. But maybe here are some things that you could do that would make it possible. And so, the classic example of this that's given in Dungeon World all the time is this idea of the 16 hit point dragon. In Dungeon World's book, the dragon, actually, let's pull that bad boy up. Dungeon World SRD. Game Master monsters. Here we go. Dragon. All right. So here is the dragon. Oh, I zoomed in, and gotta love modern internet with all these ads and all this other stuff. It's great. Oh, that's the apocalypse dragon. We don't want that one. There it is. Okay. So here's our dragon. In Apocalypse World. I'm sorry, Dungeon World. It has 16 hit points. So when people talk about the 16 hit point dragon, this is what they're talking about. Okay. And they go, this is ridiculous. They're like, the fighter or the ranger or whatever does D10 points of damage. Even the rogue or something with this dagger and stuff like that can do tons of damage. Well, how can this thing only have 16 hit points, but this is supposed to be a dragon? This is crazy. This thing's going to go down in like maybe 2 or 3 hits. Especially if my players are hitting because they can, bypass the armor or whatever. The key thing here is when the player goes to say, I'm going to go attack the dragon, you're not supposed to say yes or roll the dice. You're supposed to say, no, you can't attack the dragon. How are you attacking the dragon? This thing is the greatest and most terrible thing the world will ever have to offer. It is soaring overhead at probably close to, 60 miles per hour. Moving so quick that the wind behind it is a hurricane. It is breathing and strafing fire. Tell me what are you even doing to fight this thing? Now, the players might start coming up with a bunch of bullshit. They might be doing stuff in the fiction. So, for example, they might listen to the bird, which got told by the rogue that there's a gap in the dragon scale, and then the character also has a magic item that was forged in the heart of the dwarves' forges, black arrow, and I'm going to shoot it, and maybe I can kill it that way. Or maybe you have something that narratively, fictionally, gives you the ability to attack it. Can I attack a dragon with my bow? No. Hey, I've got this. What were they calling Game of Thrones? The stupid things that they were using to like 360 no scope dragons. I can't remember what they were called now. Horrible seasons at the end of the game. Someone will tell me in chat. Euron Greyjoy uses one to kill it. Scorpions. Thank you, Tiago. Scorpions. So maybe a character goes, screw my bow. They run across the city to the scorpion, and the dragon is, braving and killing, and the player's having to dodge dragon fire, and then he comes up and does a parkour roll, grabs the massive gigantic ballista, swings it around, and then he says, "Now can I attack the dragon?" And I say, "Yes, now you can attack the dragon," because you have the ability to do so. But the default assumption would just be that no, you can't attack the dragon. So you have to kind of put yourself in the fictional position to do so. So going back to what I was saying earlier about Tim, that is an excellent point as well. Well, I mean, in a certain extent, yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense that they kind of had 16 hit points to a certain extent. I mean, right? I mean, like if a dragon gets stabbed in the heart, I mean, it's dead. I mean, that's how they work. And yes, the 5 armor is also doing a lot of work in Dungeon World. But like I said, I think the ranger, and I think if you roll right, if you get a hit with a hack and slash, maybe it's volley. I thought there was some sort of ability like the ranger or the something to like ignore the armor or something. But I digress. In any case, so this has been a really long way of saying that the way to get fantasy D20 players to play Dungeon World or to play Powered by the Apocalypse is much the same way that you would get them to play an old school game, which is you need them to understand that, and this is also kind of like of an interesting idea or thought pattern process, which is that in any game that we're playing, in theory, we should be leading with the fiction, okay? And then the fiction begets mechanics, which then beget the fiction, right? So it should be this sort of loop. Now, the reason why this is problematic, or a reason why this is, and this is true even in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, right? This is the way we should be playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition. In fact, I haven't had many conversation with Smith lately. He's been very busy, and then he was on vacation, and which is good for him. And we haven't had the chance to talk. We don't do our show anymore. But we were briefly talking the other day, and he said, imagine what would Pathfinder 2nd Edition look like if you ran it like PBTA, or you ran it like you ran Dungeon Time Extreme. What would that look like? And the reason why that is sort of interesting, or a way to think about it, is because no matter what RPG you're playing, in ideally, this should be the way that things go. You start with the fiction, it goes to mechanics, it comes back to the fiction. Now, if it needs to, I should actually note this here. Let me change this here. I don't know how to do that. Can I do it? Enter? Okay. Now, and the reason why I say this is because, well, all right. Gosh, it's so difficult. There's so many things to talk about. All right. I said before that the player describes something in the fiction, and then what they're doing, and then we as the GMs respond backwards. And there's no mechanics involved at all. But if we start adding mechanics to our game, okay, then we start to create a interrupt. Okay, so maybe I actually put okay, so this is our basic framework. Okay, the PCs describe what they're doing. The GM describes what happens. Then what do you do now? Right. So again, over and over and over again until the cows come home. So what breaks this? What interrupts this? Okay, what interrupts this is mechanics. Okay, so what we do here is we add a new thing to our workflow here. Okay, we check. This is a check. All right, so, and this is not done by the player. This is not done by the GM. It's done by everybody. Okay, so PC describes what they're doing. Now, before, remember, we were just going straight to the GM describes what happens, then what do you do now? And we go back to the PC. But now we have a new thing, because we have gotten to a point where we said, you know what, we were playing that game before where the GM was just telling us everything that happened, right? I mean, think about it. Listen, and I promise you, I could run you a cool game of Dungeon World, and we could have no moves. We would have no moves whatsoever. And in fact, specifically, if we go down to game mastering, okay, and by the way, just as an example, this is for Dungeon World. This is Dungeon World's agenda. Portray a fantastic world. Fill the characters' lives with adventure. Play to find out what happens. So those are the three things that you are trying to do while you are running a game of Dungeon World. So when the players, when we're in this game loop of the PCs describe what they're doing and we get to describe what happens next, we are, in the back of our mind, we are trying to meet these objectives. This is our agenda. This is what we're trying to do. And the framework or the guidelines for how we do that are our principles. And this is, how we get this idea of, be a fan of the characters, think dangerously, begin and end with a fiction, yada, 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 right? But the concept of the GM move is completely nonsense. The GM can do whatever they want. This is simply a way to formulate what traditionally just already happened in D&D, but to give them sort of, language, to give them words, to make them, something that you can talk about. There's no reason why, as a GM, you should ever need to look at this list of moves. These GM moves are not hard-coded. This is not like having, a two-action activity that lets you make 3 attacks with your, all these fucking ads. Also purple mattress. So when we're playing, Dungeon World, look at what this says. Moves. Whenever everyone looks to you to see what happens, choose one of these. So we could, going back, and again, we'll pretend for a moment that this is not in the equation. Okay, this is it. This is our whole game. All right. PCs describe what they're doing. Then we describe what happens. And then what do you do now? The PCs describe something, what they're doing, and I make a move. Okay. Then I ask them, what are they doing? And then they describe what they're doing. And then I make a move and I do one of these things and I keep going and we keep going and we keep going and we could play the whole game for this. And honestly, we could have a compelling game this way, right? Like, for example, all right, you're like, oh, my fighter, he charges in against those gnolls. And I go, oh, awesome. So what happens? I go, you slash left and right. You raise your shield. One of the gnolls goes down, blood spurting from his, from his chest. However, the other gnolls are falling in around you. They're going to get back to your back rank unless you push deeper and you allow yourself to be surrounded. What do you do? Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm going to push forward and let myself be surrounded. Okay, great. And then we continue to go through there. And we can play this whole game, right? I might deal some damage to your character. You still have hit points. I might use up some of your resources. Your shield might get broken. Your sword could be damaged. The torch could go out. You could run out of arrows. So we could sit here and play a game without any dice, and I would be giving you all sorts of choices to make, a lot of agency, a lot of, back and forth, just by using these quote-unquote GM moves and no dice mechanics. Okay, but we have a new concept or a new thing that we want to add to our thing, which is we decide, and smartly so, that whole process of the player describe what they're doing and the GM describe what they're doing was getting boring. And we said there are places where we're not really particular, right? Like we've been playing this game for weeks or for months. So we're not really caring about simulating how strong someone is or anything like that. But what we do want to do is add some uncertainty to our game. We want to create some, a little bit more of a power shift, a little bit more of a power dynamic, because, right now it's kind of in the GM's hands all the time. They get to decide everything that happens. What if we create some rules that make it so that we don't know what's going to happen next? So we can create a rule that might apply in a certain situation. Now, if no rule applies, okay, then, we can go straight into here. Oops. Okay. So, can I do this? Duplicate lock, no. Let's see if I can label this. Okay. Oh, nice. It does do that. Perfect. So, does a rule apply and trigger? No, then the GM describes what happens. If the rule does apply, okay, then we roll some dice. Okay, then we roll some dice and we follow what they say. So this is where people get kind of tripped up, because the fact of the matter is this is true for pretty much any RPG. I mean, there are plenty of instances, right, where the PCs describe what they're doing. You're playing Pathfinder 2. Does rule apply and trigger? No, you just go, yeah, you walk up the stairs. I mean, there's no rule for that. There's no, there are plenty of instances in RPGs where even in Pathfinder 2, where you're doing this all the time. Here's the problem, though. In a game like Powered by the Apocalypse, okay, there might be, I don't know, 10 of these, right? Plus maybe 5 more on your sheet. In PF2, there's hundreds. So people, because I mean, like it's crazy to think about it, but there's rules for how fast you can move in 6 seconds, and it's affected by your weight, and it's affected by your stairs, your feet, and it's affected by it's affected by the terrain. It's affected by this. It's affected by this. It's affected by this. It's affected by this. That's just moving 30 feet down the road. Well, I'm just going to go to sleep. Okay, well, we have rules about sleep. We have rules about what you recover from sleep, what you don't recover from sleep. There are hundreds of these instances. But in theory, the process is still the same. The players describe what they're doing, and then we check. Does a rule apply and trigger? Yes, we roll the dice and follow what they say. The problem is that in PF2, or in whatever modern games, there are so many of these rules that we forget that it's even a thing that we would check, because the default assumption is there's probably a rule for that. And since I need to know what that rule does and how that rule is going to have an outcome that's going to affect what I'm doing, people stop concentrating on this and they start concentrating on this. And so by doing that, they set themselves up into a situation where they stop describing what they're doing. And they start living only inside of this sort of, bubble of checking what the rules are and then rolling dice and following what the rules say. And we end up sort of skipping this process. But furthermore, because this process is so ubiquitous, people forget that technically, I mean, I would even say forget, because for the rules of the game, in an RPG, in theory, okay, the players could never make an attack. They could never strike, right? The player would describe what they're doing. Swinging my long sword, aiming for his neck. And then we would check, does a rule apply? Yes, the strike rules apply. And then we would apply them and they would trigger, and we would get to roll a dice roll and determine if our characters hit, missed, critically hit, and then we would roll some damage. All right? In Powered by the Apocalypse, it is the case that is exactly true. There is no way to take a rule action. You cannot, this is why they're the worst named things in the fucking history of the game, you cannot do a move. It's not a move. You can't do it. It's not on your action bar. Okay? In fact, you know what's on your action bar? Nothing. There is nothing on your action bar at all. Now, again, technically, this should be true in all RPGs. But a combination of video games and the presentation of the games have led us to a situation where, and also, quite frankly, we've gotten to a point where, to a certain extent, the fiction of what you're describing, what you're doing, doesn't really matter anyways, right? If my character in Pathfinder 2nd Edition wants to strike, then I get to strike. As long as I meet the qualifications for the strike, I get to strike. It doesn't really matter what the fictional position is or what it is. In the case of our dragon example, hey, Derek, there's a massive dragon. It's 100 feet long. It's 650 feet away, moving 100 miles per hour. I'm going to shoot it with my bow. Great. Roll. Because the rules are what, now again, it's an RPG in theory, right? It's what the PCs are describing, it's the fiction, it's what the GM is describing. But when the rules are that in your face, when the rules are that important to the outcome of the game, then people are going to stop. It's like a the role playing becomes vestigial. You don't need it anymore. Okay. In fact, when you're playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition or D&D, describing what you're doing is optional. It's fluffy bullshit time. You don't need to describe it. There is absolutely nothing wrong, and I've seen it happen at a lot of tables, my own included, because I play with people like Bob, who basically had their turn where they go, I'm going to stand, stride, and I'm going to swing at this guy strike, or rage, sudden charge. That's literally what all right, but okay. Smith, great, awesome. Bob, your turn. What are you doing, buddy? First turn of combat. Bob, rage, sudden charge. That's it. 3 words: rage, sudden charge. And that's fine, because in Pathfinder 2, you don't need to trigger the move or the action. You just take it. Whereas in Powered by the Apocalypse, the idea is that a move are actually not actions. They are reactions. Okay? They are the game is reacting to what you just said. In fact, we've joked about this, and there's a part of me that, because I have a YouTube channel, I feel like maybe we should be able to pull this off someday, where I want to take someone like me who, quote unquote, knows the rules and the mechanics of a Powered by the Apocalypse game. And then I want to take a GM who's going to run a game, and they don't know the rules of the game. They know what their principles and their agendas are, but they don't know anything of the rules of the game. They don't know any of the moves. They don't know anything that triggers. And then you have the players who also don't know any of the moves or any of the things in the game. And they're going to have a conversation, just like our diagram way at the beginning. But I will be like a third party, and I will represent like the spirit of the game. And the players, I'm listening very closely and intently. The GM's saying something, players saying something, players saying, and I go, oh, stop. I go, wait a sec. You need to roll. You need to roll. You need to make a focus check, and we're going to see what's happening. Why? Because you're calling upon your skills or abilities, and this game, Avatar, cares about this particular aspect of the game. There's a lot of things in this game it doesn't care about. There's no speed. It doesn't know how fast you move. It doesn't care how fast you move. But what it does care is that when someone is in a dangerous position where something's on the line and they're trying to use their skills or abilities to, accomplish a goal, the game wants us to roll, because it wants us to interject some randomness into the game, and it wants us to wants us to shake things up a bit. Okay. And it'd be interesting because that way the players almost don't have to think about it. Now, that being said, I don't mind games being games. I like games being games. I don't think there's anything wrong with a player knowing what the moves of the game are and what, genuinely speaking, triggers them, and describing their character's actions in such a way as to more than likely lead to that quote unquote rule triggering. And if that rule did not trigger, if that move did not trigger, then the player might have every, right and expectation to say, does that move trigger? And the GM says no. And it's like, well, why not? And again, the GM isn't the authority here. Not in a Powered by the Apocalypse game, right? Everybody has a responsibility to be honest. Now, there might be something the players doesn't know about, and the GM says, well, in this case, in this situation, you're not actually, in any danger. You might think you're in danger, but you're actually not in any danger, so there's no reason to roll. And the player goes, oh, okay, cool. That's why I don't have to roll. So this idea that players have gotten into this mindset of looking at their character sheet. And I think the biggest problem is that when people teach people Powered by the Apocalypse games, I'm kind of guilty of this too. They tell them the basic moves. They give them a handout. They give them a cheat sheet. Here are the basic moves. Here's your playbook. Here's your playbook moves. And the players look at these and they go, okay, so these are the 10 things that I can do. They're like, wow, this game sucks. In Pathfinder 2, there's like 155,000 things I can do. You know, I have a million different buttons on my hotbar. This game, I only have 15 things on my hotbar. I only have 12 things on my hotbar. Okay. Well, I'm going to do those 12 things and I'm going to hit them over and over and over again. I think that's a big mistake. I think actually the better way to run a Powered by the Apocalypse game for a group that's never run them before is to kind of keep them purposely woefully ignorant of the rules. Now, the rules will be introduced to them in a stepwise fashion as they play the game. For example, when I taught a group of patrons and Stephen Glicker, who is a patron from Roll for Combat, I taught them Avatar at last year's Origins. And, I knew what the principal moves were and the balance moves, but I didn't tell them all of that. Instead, we were just having conversations and having something. And I was, again, I've been doing this for a while, so I'm pretty good at juggling these things. But, somebody said something. I think it might have been Scott. I think it might have been GM Scott. But somebody said something to somebody. And I went, oh, it sounds like he's calling you out on your principle. You have that responsibility. One of your principles is responsibility. And GM Scott, what he just said in the fiction, he was saying something completely different. But what he was really saying was, you have a responsibility and you need to live up to it. And GM Scott said, yeah, that's absolutely what I was doing. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Well, guess what? This game cares about that. And so we're going to roll dice because there is a move called, call them out on their principles. And the players go, oh, interesting. But see, what's happening though is they are learning the game in this fashion, right? They're learning this first, okay? And then they're learning this second, right? Instead, when you hand them a sheet, you're teaching them the rules first. And then the fiction comes later. So you're swapping number 1 and number 2. You're showing them the rules, but you're not giving them any context for when or why or how those rules are used. But since the rules don't actually matter, they're not things that you can do, they're things that trigger. And again, this changes from PBTA game to PBTA game. Not every PBTA game has the same set of moves, including the basic moves. There is no PBTA system. For example, there are some PBTA games that do not have, there's a common discern realities is what it is called in Dungeon World. Read a sitch is what it is called in Apocalypse World. Okay. So I'm just going to scroll down here through all the ads. All right. So Jesus Christ, these ads. All right, dungeonworld.com. Why isn't there a Patreon for this? Okay, so this is absolutely insane. All right, here we go. Discern realities. So this is from Dungeon World, and when you closely study a person or situation, you make a check, and if you succeed, you get to ask one question. If you get a double success or a 10 plus, you have 3 questions. So there's this question. There's this discern realities. This is sort of the perception check. But guess what? Monster Hearts doesn't have this move. So in Dungeon World, the game is saying when someone is trying to, read a person or look at them, the game wants us to tell us what's going on. But in Monster Hearts, it doesn't. So when someone closely studies a situation or a person in Monster Hearts, you know what you do? The GM would just tell them. This is why I have uBlock. The internet would be unusable. To be fair, I don't usually go to sites that are that horrible and atrocious. If I did all the time, I would definitely have it. But I mostly just use sites that I have a subscription to. So, hey, thank you, Gonza.
Gonza tip $3. Completely agree. Best way to teach to is to ask them to describe exactly what they do. I attack is not enough. How you attack matters. The moves care about intent and approach, which means that the mechanics change based on your description.
Absolutely. And it also, a lot of the things, factor into what happens next. So let me give you an example of that. This is one of the reasons why Smith is so good at playing D&D, particularly with my game. Because if Aaron, if we were playing some sort of Dungeon World, or even if we were playing 5th edition D&D, if Aaron was describing himself charging into those gnolls, but keeping his sword, raised, but leading with his shield and keeping it up, because in Aaron's mind, he's like, I'm not trying to kill all these gnolls. I'm trying to buy time. And I might even stop him and in the middle of his description, or wait till he's finished and get clarification. What's more important to you here? Killing gnolls or buying your party time? And Aaron would say, definitely, buying my party time. So he's charging in and he's attacking and he's, doing all this stuff. But we might decide that the rule or the move which best applies is actually the defend move. Even though in the fiction, he's hacking and slashing. But the qualification for the hack and slash move hasn't really triggered, and it's not his intent. So we're not going to roll that. He's not interested in doing damage. I might even describe, a couple of gnolls are pushed back with, nicks. One has howls as you slash across him. But it's like fictional damage. It's narrative damage. We're not really focusing on that. Aaron is there to defend and to protect and to guard. And so narratively, I am going to respond with the actions of the gnolls appropriately. I'm not going to go, okay, and and then they're just going to move around you. There's no such thing as attacks of opportunity in this game, so they just go completely by you and kill all your party members. No, that's not what's going to happen, right? His character is there, and he's in the midst of it. He's defending them, and so that is what's going to happen. He has commanded the fictional battlefield in such a way that he has gained tactical supremacy through the utilization of his description. Now, the players could say whatever they want, and the GM could say whatever they want, and the game might get really boring that way because it could quickly devolve into, I shot you, no, I didn't. And that's why the game will say, okay, there are certain instances where we care what happens. And then that is when a player describes something, and instead of the player just getting what they want, or instead of the GM describing what happens next, we stop, we make dice rolls, and we figure out what happens. But if the rule doesn't apply, and there's not that many of them, then by default, the GM just describes what happens. And they make a GM move, or they do whatever they want to do, and and again, they're keeping in mind, they have to say what honesty demands. They have to be a fan of the PCs. But again, these are for certain PBTA games. Every PBTA game is different. You could be playing a PBTA game that does not say be a fan of the PCs, right? You could be playing, Shadow Apocalypse, right? And it's some old school, grim, dark horror fest, and, the players go, if someone's looking around, they're like, well, I'm going to go over to that coffin and open it up. And the player and GM goes, surprise, motherfucker! It's a poison death cloud, and you're killed instantaneously. You could play that way. So Trajan says, diceless systems always do this. What makes PBTA different is the use of dice when uncertainty arises. What do PBTA's moves add? I don't see their importance. That's the difference, Trajan. It is not necessarily uncertainty. It's not necessarily uncertainty. It's really more of a question of who gets to decide what happens here, and are there any consequences? Okay? And what do I mean by that? Let's say that there's a really cool dramatic moment, and the game rule says we need to roll the dice. If the player rolls high, then they succeed. They let's just imagine, if you will, like there's some sort of like energy field and it's surrounding some crystal. Maybe it's like the end of the movie, The Dark Crystal, right? There's a dark crystal and it's missing a shard and it's going to, just spoil the end of everything. But the character has, the players have fought and battled for sessions, or maybe it's an epic one shot, but whatever. They've acquired, they quested, and they got the dark crystal. They got the shard of the crystal. And now the one character, everybody else is battling. They've sacrificed their lives, to give you this moment. And the character leaps off the balcony, and he's going to sail through the air, and he's going to jam the crystal into the shard into the crystal. This also reminds me very much of the end of the I, Robot movie with Will Smith. Anyways, he's got the nanites. Okay. The game is saying, okay, you're defying danger. We're going to roll the dice. Is it because we're uncertain is what's going to happen? No. Because you know what? I'm the fan of the players. I'm a fan of the PCs. If the player rolls a 6-, the GM gets to describe what happens. The GM gets to make as hard of a move as I like. And you know what my hard move would be in this situation? That they jammed the fucking crystal into the fucking shard. So the roll that we're making isn't to determine whether they succeed or not. Really, what it comes down to is now. But I do have I have to make as hard of a move as I'd like. I don't have to make a hard move. I can make as hard of a move as I like. Now I could say, you roll the dice and the player rolls high. You parkour off the balcony. You slam the shard into the dark crystal. The crystal is healed. The Skeksis and the elders are recombined into those weird floating god things, and the world is set anew. Well, what if you roll really low? Well, I'll go, I get to make a move. I'm the GM. So now I have the narrative control, and my decision is you shove the shard into the crystal, and the Skeksis and the elders are re-merged in those weird god things, and the world is set anew, and everything is right. Okay, so why did we even roll the dice? Well, in that case, I was being a bad GM, because my agenda, or my goal probably for that game, is to fill the characters' lives with danger and excitement, and to create problems for our characters, and to create dramatic situations for our characters, and occasionally to ask them the consequences or the price, and tell them the consequences and ask, right? And so in that situation, when the player rolled a 6-, I could tell them, you have a choice. As you're flying through the air, you have to grab the shard with both hands if you want to jam it into the crystal and save it in time. And if you do that, you're going to fall, probably to your death. What do you do? So you're giving the player that choice. Now the player is like, well, why do I have to make that choice? Well, because you roll a 6-. I'm allowed to put you in that situation. I'm the GM. I kind of get to decide what the moment is here. And part of my job as the GM is to fill the character's life with danger and excitement. But there's a lot of different ways that the GM could go with that. I'm just saying that's maybe what I would do, depending on the tone and the state, the nature of your game. So the reason why they're important is because this way, there's uncertain. We're never quite so certain where the game is going to go. The story stays feral. Nobody gets to be in control and in decide, the whole time. And I think that's what's really cool. Yeah, Gonza said it really well. Moves decide who has agency, who does the talking, who makes the decision. Basically, who asks the questions and who will answer them. It could be a player-to-player interaction, not only with the GM. And that's a great point. Because when a player says something in the fiction and then the move triggers, if the player rolls high, then basically what they said happens. And the GM is almost short-circuited. Like it goes back to the players. You got what you wanted, and we continue. It's when the players roll poorly. But I also should point out, remember, the default assumption, the default rule, there's not that many rules. PF2 has hundreds of rules, right? But most PBTA games only have like 8 to 10 moves. So that means that the majority of the time, when a player describes what they're doing and you check, does a rule apply? The answer will be no, it does not. And so the GM will describe what happens, including, making a GM move or whatever, if you want to be very formal about it. But really, the GM is just describing what happens. And then they say, and now that has happened or the situation has changed, what do you do now? And we go back to the blue box and we just rinse repeat. And a lot of PBTA games go off the rail because players are either starting at box 2, okay, and they are just pushing the button. They are pushing the move button, okay? Or the players are either just stuck here pushing the rules button, because that's all they can see, so they bypass it. Or the player is described, or maybe they're not. Maybe the player is actually doing a good job, or they're trying to describe what they're doing. But the GM or the table is interpreting everything as if a rule applied to it. And the truth of the matter is, it probably doesn't. It's very rare. I mean, not very rare, but I mean, it's uncommon that a lot of times these moves would apply. A lot of times the correct response is, no, that move doesn't trigger. Now, if the move does trigger, you are honor bound to respect that. And you should, embrace that and roll the dice and, let the dice fall as they may, say what honesty can demand. But overall, you're rolling the dice too much. And a good way to avoid the first problem, which is a player just pushing the button of don't show them the moves. Don't show them the game. Like, tell them the basic premise. I'm not saying like you have to treat them like they're idiots, but just tell them that the purpose of this game is not to push buttons, and you should just describe. And then you say, and most of the time when you do something, no dice are involved. And when you tell me something, I'm going to make a decision, and we'll continue to go into that. And there are certain instances, and it's not my decision, it's the game's decision, that we're going to roll dice. And when those moments come up, I'll let you know, and we'll go from there. Now, that puts some pressure on you, the GM, admittedly, because normally, like, the whole group can share in, identifying moves. In fact, I remember I had not really run Avatar that much. When I was running it for that group of people, Smith was there. And, Smith had never played an Avatar, but he had read through the book. And there was a moment where, like, something happened, and I started to describe what happened, my natural reaction. I didn't think a rule trigger. And Smith, even though he's brand new, it's just like, that feels like that should be something that maybe this game cares about. So is it? And I went, oh, you're absolutely right. It does. And a move did trigger, and I missed it. Now, it's not the end of the world if you miss a rule triggering. But I would actually say your game is probably better off if you miss the occasional rules triggering and you miss some dice rolls than if you make them trigger too often, or you misinterpret them as happening too often and you end up rolling dice too many times. Trajan says, so heads, the player gets to describe what they want. Tails, +1, the GM gets to decide. Yes, except Powered by the Apocalypse also gives us a third element, and that is the partial success, right? And in PBTA, if you roll a 7, 8, or 9, the idea is the player succeeds, but a new issue, dilemma, challenge, question, opportunity, something changes in addition to their success. So the difference between flipping a coin, heads or tails, is that in PBTA, unlike in a D20 game where we just have pass and fail, and again, there's no such thing as calling it a fail. Calling it a miss or calling it a failure is a bad term. They call it miss, and like, again, the best book for this. I've said this before. Where is it? Well, this is the expansion, but I don't know where my TSL is. Too many games these days. Oh, here it is. Okay. The game that I actually like the nomenclature the best with is actually Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Okay. And I think this one in any. And in Thirsty Sword Lesbians, they actually use a much better term for making a move. If you get a 10 or higher, they call it an upbeat. All right. In fact, you know what? I'll actually read what she wrote here. Making a move. When certain situations arise in the story, you pause the conversation to roll dice. So even that language there, we pause the conversation. We're still having a conversation, right? And normally in a conversation, I talk, you talk, we talk, right? I'm waiting to go back. But it's like, well, pause for a moment. We're going to roll some dice first. We're going to keep this conversation going, but let's roll some dice first and see where the conversation goes, right? Instead of just you deciding and then I decide and then you decide and then I decide, let's put some chance in there. Let's mix it up a little bit, okay? So when certain situations arise in the story, you pause the conversation to roll dice. This is called making a move, and each move has a different triggering condition. When you roll 2d6, you add them up, yada, yada. Each move gives different results, whether you roll a total of 10 or more, also known as a 10 plus, a 7, 8, or 9, known as a 7 to 9, or a 6 or less, known as a 6 minus. A 6 minus is also known as a downbeat. A 7 through 9 is known as a mixed beat, and a 10 or higher is known as an upbeat. These terms refer to the narrative tone that follows from each result. In this game, this is so critical. In this game, this is true in Thirsty Sword Lesbians as it is in Dungeon World, okay? In this game, there is no roll result that means nothing happens. Something interesting is going to happen. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a move and we wouldn't be rolling fucking dice. Okay? You roll to find out if it's going to be good or bad for the PCs, but it's never going to be nothing. It's never going to just be failure. And in fact, again, Apocalypse World, Dungeon World, they call the 6 minus a miss. And I think that that is terrible language. And hopefully they fix it. The term downbeat is, I think, much more apropos. And quite frankly, is much more informative. Okay? So we've got our downbeats, our mixed beats, and our upbeats. Let me keep reading because this is really good stuff. Okay, here we go. Upbeat. Get my screen back up here. Okay. Upbeat. When you score a 10 or higher, the PC achieves what they set out to do in a particularly effective way without serious complications. Alternatively, they may discover an additional positive fact or a new opportunity. This is an upbeat moment in the story. If you were a composer, this is a moment where you would, play the hero's theme song as a leitmotif in the background, right? This is a moment where the audience goes, man, things are looking up for our heroes, right? A great example. Going back to Avengers Endgame. We're talking about this before, okay? Thanos is going toe-to-toe with Thor, and he's got him, kicked down and beat down. He's hit him. He gets thrown back. Thor goes to grab Stormbringer. The big axe goes flying in, right? And then Thanos grabs the axe instead and starts to push it into Thor's chest. Spoiler alert, that was a downbeat. Cut back. All right, what's going to happen? It looks horrible. It looks terrible. Look, cut to Cap. See the hammer. The hammer comes sailing out of the way. He picks it up. The music swells. The Captain America theme dun, 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 plays. And we see that he has it. Thor, smile on his face, even though he's about to get killed. I knew it, right? That is an upbeat moment in our story because suddenly we're like, yeah, things are looking up for our heroes. And that's when, if you watched it when I watched it on opening day or whatever, that's when the audience cheered and they went crazy. And then Cap threw the hammer and he lightning bolted him and everybody was like fucking going crazy because they loved it. That was an amazing moment. It was an upbeat moment in the story. Okay? Mixed beats are the most common thing, and rightfully so. If a story is a roller coaster, okay, upbeats are, you going up, 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 up. You can't go up forever, otherwise the ride wouldn't work. And the same thing's true with the downbeats. You can't go down forever. Most of the roller coaster, right, is loops and back and forth and up and down and whatever, little bumps and little swirls. Mixed beats, the PCs generally accomplish their aim, but at a cost or at a complication. They could also discover a risky opportunity. Sometimes on a 7, 8, or 9, you describe their success, but then you describe to them that the thing that they're really trying to get has suddenly become more dangerous, right? The player succeeds, but you notice that the necromancer in the back has, entered in the final phase of his ritual spell, and soon the 6 undead princes will be awakened from their slumber. Shit, I succeeded. I did what I was trying to do, which was to kill the necromancer's knight, guard, guardian. But the story is sort of like, you're like, yay, but you're also like, oh no, it's kind of like a weird mixed beat. Downbeat. On a 6-, this is, again, the Dungeon World, a lot of games will call it a miss. It's the most worstful, horrible thing ever. If you could take anything away, throw those words away. Use Thirsty Sword Lesbians, use Downbeat, and really pay attention to what April Kit Walsh wrote here. On a 6-, the GM narrates something that complicates the characters' lives. This is referred to as making a GM move. GM moves are described in GMing the game. A 6- does not necessarily mean that the character failed at the task they set out to achieve. It might mean that it wasn't the best idea for an unforeseen reason, or that a completely unexpected complication arises. Downbeats, done well with the right group, are often just as fun, in some cases more fun, if you ask me, as upbeats. Oh, sometimes even more so. She gets it. Page 94 includes guidelines for narrating the results or downbeats depending on the tone and the pacing of your game. So, and in this game, on a downbeat, when you roll low, you also get to mark experience, which is something from the original PBTA games that I really liked. Encouraging people to do stuff that they're not necessarily the best at. Anyways, long story short, it's a way for us to make the game always moving forward, and it's just a series of shifting narrative lenses. And again, if you watch most movies, you're going to see upbeat, downbeat, mixed beat, upbeat, downbeat, downbeat, downbeat. It's going to be up, down, up, down, mix. It's going to be a mixture of those, and a lot of times for the story to keep going, it's usually a mixed beat. Yay, we succeeded, but we lost, people. I'm trying to think of like Game of Thrones is almost like entirely just mixed beats, right? Hold a sec. I had to close my window there. John says this all sounds like a very roundabout way to play Fate. The difference, actually, John, it's a great question you asked that. This is something that I think people miss, which is PBTA games, by and large. I don't know any that do. There might be some. Do not have narrative currency. So there is no idea here of the compel. There is no idea of threat or momentum, of fear and hope. There is no fate points. So PBTA, any story elements that emerge from this procedural process happen because of just the natural consequences of either the dice rolls or the decisions and what the GM decided to describe. There is no, there's no meta currency. So that is one thing that I think people oftentimes, they think of Fate, they think of Powered by the Apocalypse as a super narrative game. And I don't know that it is. It's trying to create a narrative story, but it doesn't have the sort of heavy-handed approach that narrative metacurrency games do have. And that includes Fate, but it also includes games like, the 2D20 system, Dune, any game that has a narrative metacurrency. This game does not. PBTA games, generally speaking, do not. Trajan says, works if you have a very good, very invested, very creative players. When a session doesn't, I've seen it go downhill. Players who aren't great don't enjoy it. They rely on using despot. Absolutely. There is no doubt about that. It's the same way like I'm trying to think of an example. Like going ice skating. Okay, I grew up playing hockey. Like, to me, ice skating is either the greatest thing in the world if you know how to ice skate, or it's terrible for beginners because it's not even like kind of fun. It's just terrible because you're bad at it and you're afraid of it and you can't do anything. Like most people, and a lot of times because you're afraid of the ice, but like a lot of people, even if they let's say they don't know how to roller skate or something like that, or they go to a pool party, they might not even be that good of a swimmer, but they can splash around in the shallow end or on a roller skating rink. They can still kind of move around and they're not as terrified. But I've seen, people who don't know how to ice skate try to go ice skating and it's just like a complete clusterfuck. Now, I think ice skating is great. That's because I know how to ice skate and I ice skate well. So I do think that there's something to be said about that, right? Which is that, this game asks for you to be sort of creative. Unless, of course, it doesn't. Because, let me rephrase it. What you're describing here would also say that those players shouldn't be playing Shadow Dark. These players shouldn't be playing Labyrinth Lord or Old School Essentials because those games don't have a lot of rules either. And a lot of what those games rely on is, what they call, the terminology is rulings over rules. Well, isn't player PC describes what they're doing, GM describes what happens to them. That is ruling, right? Over rules. The difference is that if OSR is rulings over rules and modern games are rules over rulings, then PBTA is rules and rulings. Because we respect the rules. In fact, the GM does not get to make a ruling over the rule. In fact, the rule has the precedence. But you also make a lot of decisions because there's not that many rules. So when we're playing Shadow Dark, okay, an OSR game, and somebody does something, and the rules say you have to do this, then the idea, the spirit of OSR is to say, no, we're going to respect the fiction, fuck the rules, and we are going to respect, we're going to make a ruling over the rules, and no, we're not going to follow that rule. We're going to do what feels right, or I'm going to make something up, or it's going to be completely nonsense. Okay, that's what people mean when they say they're making a ruling. And this is true in Shadow Dark. It's also true in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Now, how upset people get, or what the expectation is over whether people will be doing that or not is sort of, depends on your group. But by and large, you are ignoring the rules to make a ruling. In PBTA, you don't do that. In fact, you're not supposed to do that. In fact, if you do that, you're kind of cheating. If the rule triggers, you should respect it. You should do it, and you should not overrule it. The difference is there's just not that many of them, and they're there very specifically. They're there to increase that sort of feralness. They're there to increase that. But again, also too, remember that it's not necessarily testing whether or not you're going to succeed or not. It's just testing who gets to kind of, if you've read Lord of the Flies, right? Who has the conch, right? Who has the talking stick in this scene? Because we were having a conversation and we got to a point that the game considers to be important. And so who gets to talk next here is a big deal. And so we get to roll dice to determine basically who gets to talk next. Is it going to be the GM or is it going to be the player? Gonza Downbeat. Jamie Lannister tries to convince his captors to untie him. He rolls plus charisma. He rolls a 6-. They do untie him, but they cut his hands off. That's a hell of a downbeat. As a player, can you get good at a PBTA game? Absolutely. Gabriel, it depends. It's a game. There's structures. There's rules. And you can definitely, make a there's even some of the Magpie games actually have a fair amount of crunch to them, so you can kind of sort of make a build. But that's assuming that what does getting good mean in this context? Because beating the challenges isn't really the purpose or point of the game. There's no CR system, or there's nothing, and so for me, someone getting good at a PBTA game is someone who has learned how to use the moves in such a way to create dynamic, emergent story arcs that did not exist before we started playing the game. So again, Smith is very good at this. Where, like, I remember when we were playing last time we played PBTA was Avatar last year, and it was like a Fire Nation. There was a town that was like being controlled by like a rogue splinter group of the Fire Nation. Smith was from the Fire Nation, but had sort of like come to learn like the error of their ways after the 100 Years' War. And he went in to like confront the commander of the Fire Nation commander, and everyone expected there to be this sort of throwdown, fight to the death. What up, Dr. Metropolis?
DR Metropolis tipped $5. My workout ran late. We'll have to catch the VOD. Just showing some support.
Well, thank you, Dr. Metropolis. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the VOD. I mean, again, streams like this are why the Nice Last Call Discord exists and why the Patreon exists, because these concepts are so hard. I mean, look, I really respect anybody who goes out there and writes these games. I mean, I said it before. It's like I appreciate that you guys all stick with me, but there's a reason why I don't make 15-minute games. 15-minute videos. Number one, because I just don't feel like you could get across a point, but also, it's just there's so many things going on inside of here that I want to beam into your head that that I'm not very elegant at it, right? I'm not a professional writer. I'm not one of those people that can succinctly express myself in the most precise terms. So unfortunately, sometimes a lot of people come away with these things with more questions than they do answers, and that's okay, because that's why you can ping me and we'll talk about it in general PBTA chat or open RPG discussion, and we'll try to figure it out. We'll go back and forth, and we'll try to break it down one person at a time if we have to, until we can get to that. Just roll harder. Yes, that is always an option too. Just roll harder. So yeah. So yeah, I do think you can get good at it, because again, what Smith was able to do is he was able to leverage the fact that Avatar didn't care about fighting. It cared about having people seeking balance. And so he was able to, on purpose, direct the fiction towards a way that he triggered a move that would lead to this Fire Nation commander essentially shifting his balance. And in doing so, kind of realize, and part of the idea of Avatar, why was this an Avatar story? Because part of the idea of Avatar is that people aren't necessarily evil or good. They're in balance or they're out of balance. Even good people who are out of balance can sometimes be dangerous or at least destructive. And, part of the idea is that how do you find balance, and what is balance, and how do you find it for yourself, and how do you help others seek it? And so Smith, in kind of playing the game well, was really just, leaning into the genres and tropes of Avatar, which triggered these moves, which gave him the results that he wanted. But what ended up creating was a really good Avatar story, which is why that's a really well-designed game, because the moves and the triggering of them and the fiction all led inevitably, without any of us really doing anything. It just naturally pushed us in the direction of a really good Avatar story. Didn't Avatar devolve into a 5e system instead? No. Avatar is very much a Powered by the Apocalypse system. Well, you know, it is what it is. You know, we talked about whatever the other day. I don't remember. We had like 150 people here, but we're actually gonna do DC 20 on Thursday, I think. I'd posit that a better player doesn't need rules. They're so imaginative, creative that it doesn't matter if there's a system. They trust the process regardless of the system. Well, see, but this is why I want this whole imaginative, creative thing. It's kind of strange to me because, like, okay, let's say that the game doesn't have any structures or rules, right? Like, yeah, like, but like you know that they're there, okay, and you know that things are going to get rolled, but like the key to make it a game, Alia, is we need to have consequences and structure to our actions. If we're just literally telling stories back and forth, yeah, that's not right. But mechanical framework doesn't necessarily mean moves and dice rolls, right? You know, you could describe something and then I could follow up by saying, yeah, that works, but it makes you angry. So mark the angry condition on your character sheet. And so mechanically, your character has been affected, and narratively, your character has been affected. But you know, we did interact with that mechanical framework. Without a mechanical framework, I agree, it is not a game. So I will agree with that. But yeah, so I was gonna say is that, you know, I struggle to imagine. I mean, I struggle to imagine a player, because like being creative, the assumption is that you're making good ideas, right? When people say that player's creative, and a lot of times when people talk about creative players, they're talking about players who are combat as war. And now I know that might sound strange because, like, what if it's not combat? It doesn't have to be combat. It could be like social scene at war, right? Like, so when people talk about creative or good players, they talk about that player who's like, huh, oh man, you should have seen it. Oh man, we were playing with Justin. Justin's such a good player. He didn't have to roll dice. He came in and he pointed out that, like, well, the Elven Alliance with the dwarves, and he had picked up from this other scene that is other, and so he knew that the dwarves were actually going to betray the elves. So he turned that back around on them, and then he used the spell to gain this thing, and then they used that against the elves. He didn't, and the GM said he didn't have to roll dice, and he just said, "Oh my God, you totally solved it. You broke the case," right? Like, that's when people talk about like players being good or creative or like outside, like they usually mean like the game as war. And we talk about in this game system stream a lot, combat as sport, combat as war. And the idea of combat as sport is like, it's a game, it's balanced, they have rules, you have rules, everybody follows it. And as war, it means like real life war. You know, use whatever tactics and tools you want. And what you're trying to do is gain an unfair advantage and then, you know, just win without any doubt in mind. None of those things is actually good for a PBTA game. Right? A player, quote unquote, coming up with some amazing, great scheme that then just wins the day, no complications. We win. There's nothing, there's no fallout. That would actually be a bad outcome because you don't want that in a feral, vibrant story. You want the story to be a series of ups and downs, of upbeats and downbeats. You want the players to continually be struggling and changing and growing. So when a quote-unquote good player comes in and just says, oh, I can beat this game in 5 minutes and we don't even have to solve anything, they're actually doing that. I don't consider that a good player at all. So I actually think the average player who doesn't know shit about anything and doesn't consider themselves a good player, I mean just your standard boilerplate, random, you know, dude or dudette plucked from some random PFS table or Adventure League table at some, you know, game store, sit down, I think, stripped of any sort of connotations, they're going to do stuff. And you're like, oh, but it's not the right stuff. There is no right stuff. We are just creating stories together. There's no outcome here that is good or bad other than the one that's boring. So that means that, you know, holding them up to that light isn't really even something that matters. So what I'm more interested in is, it's like, now don't get me wrong. Of course, there are people who, you know, can really, you know, create some really good scenes. I'm not saying that there's not a skill to storytelling, but, you know, but being too good of a storyteller can hurt you, I think, at PBTA, because the dice can change and you could end up going in a completely different direction. And there's, especially amongst quote unquote good storytellers, there's a natural reaction. You cannot deny it, whether you're a GM or a player, to be like, no, my idea was so good. We should keep doing my idea because my idea is awesome and it makes sense and we should totally do that. You got to throw that shit away. You got to drop it. You got to throw it away. It doesn't matter. You're playing the wrong game. You shouldn't be playing role-playing games, period. You should go make a video game. It'd be really cool. Or write a book. Yes, of course. Combat is war. As long as we're the ones winning, right? You know, it's funny. Again, I was very lucky. I mean, my experience is very different from a lot of people. Because I got combat as war once, okay? Smith, I mean, probably multiple times. But like one time, we had been like, I was player. Smith was. We were playing 3rd edition D&D, and I was a wizard. The name of our group was called the Band of the Burning Hand, named after a particularly vicious burning hand that I had cast at low levels. But now we were higher level, and we had become a particular thorn in the side to this group, the Elemental Lords or something like that. These sort of Elemental Lords. We'd been killing their giant armies, and I don't exactly remember the exact details of it, but they basically hired an assassin to come kill us because we had, become too much of a thorn in our side. And this assassin shows up and if it attacks us or something like that. And I don't remember if it killed anybody. I don't think it did. I think we actually managed to get away, or we whatever. Like we teleported back. But then we just assumed, like, we were just like, well, we didn't even think about it. We're like, we took some damage or whatever, and then we like teleported back to our town, like the town that we had left in. We're like, okay, well, we'll go to the inn and we'll just get some sleep or whatever. And like we just completely didn't, because like we didn't even think about the assassin. We're like, oh yeah, well, it was an encounter in the adventure. And Smith was like, okay, well, when you wake in the morning, Derek, who played the wizard, and our buddy Rich, who played a cleric, they're both dead because the assassin knew that the both people needed to kill them. Because those are the 2 spellcasters, and we were all just like, "Damn, yeah, no, we didn't do anything. That assassin just combated war. He was just like, well, you didn't set any guard, you didn't do anything, and yeah, so your 2 main spellcasters are dead." And we were all just like, tough luck, man. That stuff breaks. Like you were just like, well, what can you do? We should have been smarter. So yeah, sometimes. I mean, yeah, the danger, that's good. That's calling it combat as win is a good way to put it, Well, this is also the beauty of advantage, or in Dragonbane, the boon and the bane is, you get to still roll dice, I guess, but like if the players create some awesome ambush zone, be like, yeah, all your attacks have double boons, and it's like, yeah, we're still rolling dice, but you're rolling 3 dice, keep highest. It's like, oh, this is glorious, I combat as ward my players once and it went terribly for them. Oh, Mike, it was your idea. Okay, Mike, your cruise was originally your idea. Okay, so you're behind. So by the time you get here 2.5 hours later, all right, Mike. I knew it was some patron. I just didn't remember who it was, Mike. But that's good. Bob just mentioned it today, so that's why I brought that up. I have a couple players that see the solution to any problem is a war crime. Yeah, that generally. I mean, there's a reason why war crimes are war crimes, right? Because they were like really effective, and sometimes you were just like, well, we're just gonna go do that horrible, unspeakable thing because it's gonna work. We're naming it the Burning Hands, and we're opening for Death Spiral. Yeah, the Band of the Burning Hands. Asinius was the name of my mage. Very cool. Yeah, advantage, boon, bane is a great way to represent combat war and still playing the game. I agree. I like advantage. I mean, I was one of those people that was kind of like, oh, this is stupid that, you could have advantage 3 times. It doesn't stack. And it's canceled out by 1 disadvantage. But you know what? A lot of systems have come now, Dragonbane being one of them, where they go, yeah, the advantages stack and disadvantages cancel each other out 1-to-1. So if you have 4 boons and 1 bane, you're rolling with 3 boons. AKA you're rolling 3 bonus D20s, so you're rolling 4 total, keep the highest. And statistically, the thing about advantage is it's a tremendous advantage. It really is. It's a huge numerical bonus. And it really starts to push an action from being, you know, well, 50-50 to like 75-25. And so it's a really big shift. But the nice thing about advantage is that, or boons or banes, is that the first advantage or boon, and again, this isn't a thing in 5th edition because they don't stack, but in Dragonbane, the first boon, right? So let's say a character has a 50-50 shot of succeeding at a skill. You give them boons, so now they get to roll 2d20. So now their chance of succeeding is 75%. So they went from 50% to 75%. So they gained 25 percentage points of success. But what if they have another boon? Okay, well, now they go to a 87.5% chance of success. So now they went from 75 to 87.5. So they only gained 12.5%. Okay, what if they have a third boon? Well, now they only gain like 6 more percent. So now they're at 93%. So it's like at a certain point, you could just say, you know, yeah, 2 boons, 5 boons, because at a certain point, their chance of succeeding is 90% plus, and each boon after that point really isn't doing much. So that's what's really cool about it, is like the first one means a lot. The first disadvantage means a lot. But then after that point, you're just, you're taking a victory lap at that point. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why Dragonbane is so popular. I would also posit that, remember, Dragonbane doesn't have DCs either. So when somebody goes to do something in Dragonbane, you either say, yes, it succeeds, no, it fails, or you say, make a skill check. And there's no DC, you just roll a D20, and you have to roll equal to or under your skill. So if your skill is a 13, you need to roll 13 or less on a D20. Boom, it's easy. And then if somebody has a particularly, good idea for something, or has a particular, cool plan or a good reason or bonus, they described it, you say, yeah, here's a boon, here's 2 boons. That's a really good idea, 2 boons. And they're like, yeah, that's awesome, yay. So yeah. I've started to dislike DCs for the same reason I've soured on level-based systems. Yeah, and so like, to be clear, okay, let me go back to this real quick. This might be the last thing we talk about here. This is not really a PBTA thing. It's sort of a PBTA thing. Actually, can I drag this over to here? Will this resize weirdly? Yeah, it will a little bit, but that's okay. Oh, there we go. Sorry. All right. Kind of, sort of, technically the whiteboard. So like, the thing is like, if you have a standard probability, right, looks something like this. Actually, I'm going to do it this way. So this is the difficulty. So this is low difficulty, and this is high difficulty, right? And so, if something is not that difficult to do, you have a very high probability of success of doing it. And then as the difficulty increases, we would represent this by increasing the DC. And in the case of, now it looks like a straight line, okay? It looks like a straight line, but guess what? It's actually not a straight line, okay? Does anybody know what it actually looks like? Bueller? It looks like this. Now, why does it look like that? Because most D20 games, you are using DCs of 1. You're using increments of 1, which is a plus or minus 5% chance. So even though it looks like it's a straight progression, it's not. It's just a very granular one that if you zoom out enough, it looks like a straight line. So it is that granular. Now, does it need to be that granular? Maybe not, right? I mean, this is obviously a D20, but like we could imagine a game, right, that looked like this, right? Fewer steps, bigger chunks. What is that, a D6? And now we're using a D6 instead of a D20. And a +1 means a lot more. But something that we haven't really discussed yet is this idea. This is 100% probability, and this is 0% probability. Is that, like in D&D, for example, you might say, I want to attack that ferocious red dragon that's really far away. And, when you do that in Powered by the Apocalypse, right, the GM might say, you shoot your arrow and it bounces off. And you're like, oh, I don't even get to make a roll. And you're like, no, that doesn't meet the criteria for the volley move. That doesn't meet the criteria for the hack and slash move. I'm essentially saying your chance of success is 0. Now, in D20, we might say, well, you have a +14 to hit, but the creature's AC is 35. So you need a 19 or 20. So you have a 10% chance. All right. So, the difficulty is very, very, very high, and the probability is right here at 10%. So there is a shot. There is technically a chance that you could hit. But for all intents and purposes, the chance is basically 0. And what Powered by the Apocalypse is really doing is it's basically kind of taking this step function of a D20, and it's taking all the super easy shit that we don't really care about, and it's just saying this has a 100% chance of success. And it's taking the most difficult stuff, and it's dropping it down, and it's saying this has a 0% chance. And then in between, we have this 3 lines of constant probability, right? Of the 10 plus, the 7 and 9 plus, and the 6 minus, right? Actually, I did those, well, kind of actually technically the thing with the highest these all add up to 100%. Okay. And so probably the most likely actually is the 7 to 9, and then we'll probably say the 10 plus, and then we'll say the 6 minus. Okay. And so what's interesting here is, as the difficulty goes from here to here, the probability of any one of these things remains constant. Okay. So if we just looked at the 10 plus, okay, if we just looked at the 10 plus, what would that look like? It would look like, right, it would look like this. It would look like you have boom, boom. So this is diff. This is prob. This is 0%. This is 100%. So this is just the 10 plus. So if the difficulty is low, then you have a 100% chance of success. The GM just says it happens. If the difficulty is high, then the probability is 0. The GM says, no, that doesn't happen. And then if it reaches some fictional barrier that you don't really actually know, I mean, that's what you and your group have to figure out, the probability drops to some probability, and it is constant until it goes down to 0%. So it's 100%, 0%, and let's say for this particular character, on this particular move, the odds of rolling a 10 plus are 20% for a 10 plus, and they're 60% for 7 to 9. And then it's 70%. There we go, for 7 to 9. And then it's 10% for a 6 minus. So it's a weird way of looking at the probability curve, but this is kind of what happens, and this is why people can lose this discontinuation, because you lose, all this I don't know what to call it, precision, right, of trying to model the probability of statistical reality. But the truth of the matter is, I don't fucking know. I'm just making it up. I don't know. Like, the rock is slippery. The DC goes up by 1 or 2. I don't know. Maybe the DC should go up by like 100. I don't know. I'm not a rock climber, not like a professional. Like, maybe it shouldn't even be possible. I don't know. We pretend like we know what we're talking about, and we don't know. We don't know. People talk about simulationism all the time in these games, and I go, the fuck do I know about simulating any of this shit? Nothing. I don't know anything, so I'm not going to pretend like I do. Anand says that DCs are the pain of their existence. Trajan, I think that is an underused thing that more people should do in Pathfinder 2. I think it's like, hey, guess what? If you're a master, we don't have to roll. You succeed. The only people who have to roll are people who are expert. Which is ironic because the way that the DCs are set up in Pathfinder 2, the people who are trained and expert shouldn't even bother to roll because the only people who have a chance are the people who are master or legendary. What would you say is the point of stats in a PBTA game? They make your chances non-static, but aren't meant to simulate chance of success in the fiction. OED, great question. And I, again, have a big problem with Powered by the Apocalypse or Dungeon World because it uses these, classic stats like, strength and dex and con and int and whiz and charisma. And this innately makes us start to think about how strong a character is. But that's really not the right way to think about it. Because the outcomes for the DC are going to be they're going to rely on your strength check, but the outcome of that action isn't necessarily going to be you're strong enough to pick it up or you're not strong enough to pick it up. A better way to think about stats in PBTA, and this is really weird, and this is one of the reasons why, like in Avatar, okay, you have stats like harmony, focus, passion, and creativity. So, when you punch somebody in the face, what are you rolling with here, right? There's no to hit stat. There's no strength stat. In Avatar, if someone said, I'm going to pick up this massive boulder that has fallen onto my opponent, or my PC, number one, let's assume that a move even triggers. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe the GM just tells you what happens. But which stat is the lift a boulder up off of your buddy who got crushed? I don't know, right? So I don't like Dungeon World stats. Even if you go back to Apocalypse World at least was a little bit better, like in this respect. Apocalypse World had hot, cold, violent, hot, cold, violent. Jeez, why can't I remember? Like weird. And what's the fifth one? Cool. No, these are wait, maybe I'm thinking of Monster Hearts. I might be combining Monster Hearts here. Hold on a second. No, too many Apocalypse World or too many PBTA games. Okay. I'm glad that they give us these character sheets in absolute smallest possible. What is going on? There we go. All right. Oh, okay. Got it. It was cool. Jesus Christ. It's crazy how little information is. Actually, this reminds me of something here. Okay, there we go. Cool, hard, hot, sharp. That was the one I couldn't think of. And weird. Thank you, Gonza. So this is actually something that's really interesting to me. Somebody posted on r/RPG, I think, which, is like, I think the largest RPG subreddit, maybe. And the thing was like, like it was like, Sage Latora and Adam Cobell sell their rights to Luke Crane, who's going to produce a DW second edition, or the DW2E, right? And that is news that happened. Luke Crane of Burning Wheel bought the rights to publish Dungeon World from Sage Latora and Adam Cobell, and is going to work on a second edition. But what was funny, it was crazy to me, was how many people were like, you just said gibberish. Like, who are any of those people, and what is any of this? And like, it was crazy to me that there was like a ton of people. I mean, a ton of people who had no idea Luke Crane was, who any of what DW was in this context of Dungeon World. They had maybe barely heard of PBTA or Apocalypse World. It was crazy. And the reason why I bring that up is because I just did a Google search. I was looking for these things, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, why can't I find this instantaneously? How come this isn't just immediately on the internet to do this? Mike, I see that as the economy is doing great because of all the stuff I'm bringing back from Oblivion and putting it into the economy. I can't get on board with the bashing of simulationism. A certain level of simulationism is needed to maintain some degree of verisimilitude. Well, okay, but here's the difference, or here's the key. The game is still fiction first, right? So, if something is true about your character in the fiction, then it should be represented in what the GM's move decides and declares to do. So that's kind of where, you get to that point of quote unquote verisimilitude. Is it that they are based more on internal motivation than physical mental attributes? I use passion because I'm a fierce competitor versus harmony to rescue an enemy. Exactly, Owie. D. The best example of this, it's not a PBTA game, although I think it could be if we did it right. But in Legend of the Five Rings, okay, which is a different game, entirely, but your stats are earth, fire, water, air, and void. But there is no strength stat. Instead, you describe how your character is approaching a particular task. And so there's a skill called fitness. So if your character was perhaps trying to do something that was very physically demanding, you might call them to make a fitness test. But your character would describe how they were doing this fitness test. And depending on how they described it, it would be either an earth approach, a water approach, a void approach, an air approach, or a fire approach. And that would affect the type of dice that you use. So, in fact, in Legend of the Five Rings, if your character was strong, they might have what is called a distinction. It's kind of like a feat, but you don't get them from leveling up. You just get it whenever it makes sense in the fiction. They might have the distinction. I think they would actually probably name it after a fortune. It might have been like blessed by like Ibisu or something. I think Ibishu is like the fortune of health and fitness or something. So your character might have the distinction blessed by Ibishu, and this basically lets you re-roll if doing some strength action. It doesn't even necessarily have to be fitness. But if you're doing something clearly where it's like your great strength is going to be what's at role here, it just doesn't cost you anything. You could just say, hey, I'm blessed by Bishu, and I get to re-roll the dice if I don't like how they went out. And so that's how that game represents someone being strong. It doesn't do it through stats and attributes. And yes, I agree. I actually think people, here's the crazy part. I think Powered by the Apocalypse. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying the game doesn't have a narrative agenda. Okay, it has a narrative agenda, absolutely. And because it has a narrative agenda, and that means that when the GM rolls a 6- and the GM is allowed to make whatever move that they want to make, they're supposed to follow their agenda, which includes narrative tropes like make the characters' lives interesting, make the characters' lives full of danger and excitement, right? All that stuff. And that does put a narrative spin on the game. But that's only because of those agendas. If that agenda wasn't there, there is really nothing in PBTA that is narrative in the way that we think of a game like Fate or 2D20 with its meta currency. Instead, with its focus and emphasis on fiction first, and with the gamist mechanics only entering in certain instances, I actually think that PBTA is far more simulationist than people ever possibly imagine. So I do think that is something that I think I've sort of come to sort of a conclusion for. Again, I apologize if there's anything about this. So again, to sum up, how to introduce PBTA to Fantasy 20 players. I would, quite frankly, not tell them the rules. I would not show them the basic moves. I would give them a character. I wouldn't even really worry necessarily for the first session or two, if it's just a one shot. I wouldn't even worry maybe necessarily about a playbook. As crazy as that may sound. I might give them, whatever stats they need to play the game. But by and large, I wouldn't even worry about their playbook moves. Because a lot of times you have to, when you make a character in PBTA, usually you pick where your stats go and then you make you choose one move that you start with. But they have no context for understanding what these moves are or how they work, and it's going to weirdly shape their view of the game. If there's a way to skip that, I would. I would much rather them have, a simple note card. So let's use Boothby's example here. I know he's going to be playing Root. I could spell root wrong. Root. Here we go. Play materials. Okay. So a couple things here. So this is character creation. I know that some Cyber had asked, how do you make a character? So the first thing you do is you choose your playbook, which is a kind of archetype of who or what your character is, and represents the kind of vagabond that you're going to be. Then you choose a name, a species, and details. All right. And you defer to your options. Now, this is one of those advantages, again, that I think Powered by the Apocalypse games actually do get a nice little bonus for. Like, if I chose to be the thief, right? Species. Oh, circle one of these. Or you could you could write in whatever small little animal critter you want, but it's right there on the sheet. You can just circle it. What about your details? He, she, they, fidgety, inconspicuous. Do you have a black cape? Well, why do I have to have black cape? It's like, yeah, you can have whatever color cape you want. Cross out black, write red. I don't care, but you're a thief, probably in the shadows. So this is just really easy, quick. What kind of demeanor are you? Fast talking? Are you real angry? What kind of person you are? And so a lot of the character creation process is awesome for putting your characters in the mindset of this. Why are you a vagabond? And who did you leave behind, right? Then we start getting into some of the more rule-specific stuff, like which faction have you served the most? Now you need to know what the factions are, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but, it is what it is. Now, this is another example of where I wouldn't worry about it. It's like, advance when you free a group of denizens from oppression. Don't worry what advance means. What drives your character? Just think about it purely from a fiction. What motivates your character? Pick two, right? And what is your nature? Are you a kleptomaniac or are you rebellious? Don't worry about the rules. Just focus on think about who your character is. Are you a kleptomaniac? And Powered by the Apocalypse is nice because it's like, nope, you just get 2 options. You know, you get 2 options. Again, your connections here, I wouldn't worry about this as much, although it is useful. But I mean, you know what? Again, don't worry about the rules text. If I could delete this rules text, I would. Right? If I could delete, this rules text, I would. I would just say, hey, you're going to be a thief. Choose 2 drives: freedom, greed, ambition, or thrills. Pick 2. What are the 2 things that really drive you, to do what it is that you do, And someone's like, man, greed and freedom, man. I live on my own. I take what's mine, and nobody's got holding me down. Don't worry about what that means and what the criteria is and how you should try to trigger that. Okay. Now, to be clear, I think that's useful. People talked before about, how do you get good at a PBTA game? Elemental PQRST. So, like, if we look back at our root actual play, the Ranger. Yeah. So Smith played a Ranger. And Smith's drives were, I think, discovery, or maybe it was freedom. I don't remember what his exact thing was. But Smith, advancing means gain experience. Well, Smith made it a priority. Some might say a very high priority to make sure that he was triggering 1 or 2 drives a session because he wanted to gain that experience. He wanted to gain that advancement to get a new ability. Now, to a certain extent, this is a good thing. This is a carrot. The game is rewarding you when you pursue and push your drive. And in Smith's case, he sometimes would pursue his drives even if it meant causing problems or trouble for the campaign or for the other party members. And that felt very realistic because that's what's driving him, and he's going to not let, those things, fall into his place. But that's also because, again, Smith is a pretty good player in that respect. What I would not want is a new player worrying about what this specifically means and how you're going to sort of trigger it. Anyways, going back to our thief. That's the scoundrel. So then it says your charm, cunning, finesse, luck, and might start at 0, 0, +2, +1, and -1. And again, just in case you've never made a PBTA character again, you add +1 of a stat of your choice to a maximum of +2. So you can't make finesse +3. So you could make your might 0, you could make your luck +2, you could make your charm or your cunning +1. Again, there's and the reason why this is a problem is because you see these stats and you start thinking, oh, it's like D&D, and what's luck and what's cunning? Is cunning like int and charm is like charisma? Well, then, is finesse like dex? Like, which one is might like strength? Oh, okay, cool. And like, what's luck? I guess luck's whatever. It can be tempting to get into that mindset, and I think that can be problematic. And then lastly, you have to choose 3 moves. And again, this is tough because they are going to have no idea what this stuff is and why it might matter and where it might come in. I mean, root is a crunchier game. Now, I'm not saying these are bad things. I think these are actually really good things. I'm just saying that I think they can be very distracting for new players, And especially you're asking them to choose this stuff and it makes, no sense because they don't even know what this stuff means. And so it's just going to confuse them a little bit, There is a lot of added crunch in root. There's a lot of added crunch in Avatar, if we're being honest, Well, the issue here, gentlemen, is it's not about trusting the players. It's about it's the fact that we have to unlearn what they have learned. If I was sitting down with a brand new group of people who had never played any RPGs before, I would totally say, here's your thief moves: breaking and entering, disappearing in the dark, rope-a-dope, master thief, small hands, nose for gold. Pick 3 of them. Yeah, don't worry about what it says. Just pick 3 of them that sound cool to you, based purely on what you think this word, like what this means, and don't worry about it. And a new player who's never played 5e or Pathfinder 2 is going to go, "Oh, okay, cool. Well, I'm like the super master thief. So I'm going to take, master thief and disappear into the dark, and you know what? I'm greedy. I'm gonna take nose for gold. Because I think my characters. I like that's very evocative to me. I'm a little animal critter. Ooh, maybe like my nose twitches. Whenever I get a scent of there's something real valuable around. It's like a thing that my character does. It's like, oh, cool, awesome. But they're not thinking about it in terms of mechanics. They're thinking about it in terms of just building a character, not in like the D&D build a character sense, but I mean like in the fictional narrative way of building a character. They have an envisionment of who their little raccoon thief is, and they are choosing these moves strictly based off of the name. And here's the beautiful thing about it. Technically, if you allow your players to do that, now this is a lot of work on the GM, because again, in a normal PBTA game, everybody is responsible for paying attention to everybody else to make sure if a move triggers. But technically, if our new player who's never played the game before chose disappear into the dark, master thief, and nose for gold, well, master thief's easy. That just makes their finesse go up to a +3. So that's pretty easy. But for disappear into the shadows and nose for gold, technically my players don't need to know what that does. Because you never have to hit the nose for gold button. The only technically one person at the table will probably likely be the GM in this instance, but only one person at the table actually needs to know what nose for gold does and when it triggers. Okay? So when our thief, is reading a tense situation and that move triggers, they didn't even know why that was going on. I turn to our raccoon thief and I say, "What are you doing?" And you're like, well, they seem pretty busy down there. There's a lot of fighting, posturing, swords are being drawn. I'm going to take a look around and I'm going to see what's up. Maybe is anything around here? I'm like, well, this is a pretty tense situation. Sounds like you're reading a tense situation. They're like, oh, what's that? It's like, it's a move. We're going to make it. And, they roll low. And I go, but the good news is you have a nose for gold. So you can always ask, even if you miss, what's the most valuable thing here? And they're like, oh, cool. And, then they roll and maybe they roll poorly and they go, well, normally you wouldn't get anything. But in your case, you have a nose for gold. So you can still ask what the most valuable thing is here. Or they roll really well. And I'm like, oh, well, you want to know what the most valuable thing is here. So we're going to tell you that. But you could also pick up some of these other questions. Oh, cool. So that's how they're learning how to play the game. But they didn't necessarily need to know what nose for gold is or sit there and think that I have to push the nose for gold button. They're just playing the game. They're just interacting with the fiction. And the rules are coming, out of the sky to make an effect onto the game. So I think playing with new players, this is easier. But when you play with D&D or Pathfinder players, they're going to want to read this, and they're going to want to make informed decisions, and they're going to treat this like a feat list. And that's not right, Well, Anon, I mean that's part of the. I mean, let's be very clear about something here. In a normal game of PBTA, I don't expect the GM to know all the players' moves. In fact, I expect the players to know their moves, maybe some of the moves of some of their fellow players. I'll pick some up as the time goes on. But, we're all responsible for making sure the moves trigger. And in the case of a player move, they took that, okay, because they wanted the extra narrative control, the extra narrative power that move gives them. Okay, because one of the great example of this is like rope-a-dope. So this is a good example of how to think about why these aren't like feats. It says when you evade and dodge your enemy so as to tire them out, roll with finesse. On a hit, you can mark exhaustion as to make them mark 2 exhaustion. On a 10 or higher, you can mark exhaustion to make them mark 3 exhaustion. On a miss, they catch you in the middle of a dodge, you're at their mercy. So a lot of people, the biggest mistake, the single biggest mistake that you can make while playing PBTA is assuming that the only people who could do this are the thief who has taken rope-a-dope. No. In fact, the thief can't say, I'm going to rope-a-dope. The thief can't say, I'm going to evade and dodge your enemy so as to tire them out. Instead, the players, you could be a character who is completely not a thief, who doesn't have rope-a-dope. And we're talking in the fiction. And you describe how, like, you're like, well, I don't want him to kill him, but, like, I just want him to tire himself out, so I'm just going to be, like, duck and weave, parry, but I'm not really, like, trying to win. I'm just trying to, like, play for a stalemate. Now, if you were a thief and you took this move would trigger. And we would have to do that. That's what honesty would demand. But you're not a thief, or you are a thief and you didn't take this move. So what happens? What happens? Does the game explode? No. The GM decides what happens. Remember, that's the default assumption. The GM gets to decide what happens. When you take one of these custom moves, you're taking that power out of the GM's hands. And instead, you're giving yourself a dice roll instead. And you're giving yourself a little bit more certainty and control over what may happen. In some cases, maybe if your GM's extra generous and nice, you might actually be at a disadvantage, crazily enough. The move might not actually even really be that helpful because the GM might just say, oh, that totally works, and they're unconscious. But you took the move, and that means that you are saying that is important. And so now I don't get to decide. Before, you took rope-a-dope. If someone was trying to evade and dodge an enemy so as to tire them out, that didn't trigger any moves. And so when someone would do something in the fiction that sounded like evading and dodging your enemy so as to tire them out, the GM would just get to decide what happens. Because that's how Powered by the Apocalypse games work. In fact, that's how all RPGs work. The player says they're doing something, the GM describes what happens. The only difference is that when moves or rules get in the way. Now, if you don't have rope-a-dope, this rule doesn't exist. But that doesn't mean you can't do it. Okay? So in Pathfinder 2 terms, if a character tries to sudden charge, they say, I'm going to quickly rush through the distance and I'm going to attack the monster. Now, that's sudden charge, right? 2 actions and strike. Now, if you have the feat, you can do it. So if you don't have the feat, you can't do it, right? Well, that is correct. That is the way Pathfinder 2 works. But that is not necessarily true in PBTA. If a character described in the fiction, I'm going to race forward fast, moving with all speed to attack the enemy. That's the fiction. And then they say, well, I have a feat, sudden charge. So it has specific rules text that tells me what happens. I get to move twice and attack in 1 action or 2 actions. Cool. What if you don't have that feat? What would happen? Well, if we think about Pathfinder 2 like PF2, if we think about Pathfinder 2 like PBTA, the GM would just get to decide what happens, right? And they would have an agenda of being a fan of the PCs and putting their lives in danger and all this other stuff. So, the GM might say, absolutely, you crush forward, but you're racing forward, you're throwing your defenses to the wind. So you get there and you get there in 2 actions and you make an attack, but you're going to be off balance for the rest of the round. You could do that because the GM can make whatever move they want. That's playing Pathfinder 2 like you were playing PBTA. So in PBTA, don't think of this as a feat. This is not a feat. Anybody could do this. Anybody could do this. There is no rule in the game for doing this unless someone chooses this option. And when the thief chooses this option, now we have rules text for it. But if anybody else does it, it's the GM's decision. Now, Gonza is correct. Root does have a move. They added this to Avatar, and they added this to Root as well. That's called Trusting Fate. And Trusting Fate is basically when you want to... These are reputation moves, traveler moves. Here we go. Weapon moves. There we go. Basic moves. All right. When your character is basically... When you're just trusting fate, you're not skilled at this, you're not particularly trained at this, you're just really putting yourself out there. But when you're trying to get through trouble just by trusting fate, then you roll with luck. So again, what this means is somewhat dependable, it's depending. But part of the reason that this rule exists, I think, in Root, is because they want Root to be a little bit more like the board game, the RPG. And I think my personal take is Root there's a little bit more dice rolling in Root. They want a little bit more chaos. They want a little bit more uncertainty than some other PBTA games. So I think Root does generate more dice rolls than a standard PBTA game because of this trust fate. Because there's a lot of situations where, I mean, don't get me wrong, a player might be doing something and I go, yeah, you're not really trusting fate to get through this trouble. You're clearly, relying on some fictional advantage or narrative skill. But if you're ever in a situation where the player just like, this rule exists because it wants to encourage players to be big ass, bold action heroes, right? This is the move that you make when the building is about to explode and you just, throw yourself out a window. You have no idea what's down there. You have no idea where you're going. You're not like some nimble acrobatic. This is like a very like over the top pulp action, just look left, look right, tick, 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 the bomb is ticking down. You run to the window, leap head first, the glass shatters, and you go spiraling out as the flames shoot out behind you, right? That's trusting. And you're like, I'll figure it out later. That's trusting fate, right? So it's encouraging. Now, normally in a PBTA game, the GM might decide what you're doing there, what happens there, because they might say, well, you're not really defying danger. You're giving me a golden opportunity. You just jumped out of a window, and you're not even defying danger. You are just giving me a golden opportunity. I'm going to make as hard of a move as I want. Root says, nah, not so fast. They might be trusting fate. And rather than the GM just get to say, nope, that was a golden opportunity, I get to make a move. The game says, nah, we're gonna let some dice get involved, and we're gonna let the players get a chance and scrape by or barrel through, even if it costs them. Now, I should note, by the way, this is a little common mistake here. Here's the difference with trusting fate. Notice, you still have to get a hit. That's a 7 or higher. On a hit, you scrape by or barrel through, but it's going to cost you. The GM is going to tell you what. Now, if you get a 10 or higher, so you get the good result, the fortune favors the bold, your daring panache also earns you a fleeting opportunity. But it still costs you something. You get a little bit of an opportunity because your action was so bold and so daring that it like put you in a position of advantageous, but it's still going to cost you. There is no situation where you succeed at trust fate and there isn't some sort of cost. There is always a cost when you are trusting fate in Root. FYI. Just something to note. All right. Let me cover up the last of the chat here and probably I'll head off. Boothby says, yeah, I'm worried my guys will see the move list as prohibitive and only do what is on the sheet. It is a common problem, Boothby, and I would, as much as possible, avoid it. I know it seems kind of counterintuitive and weird. I want people to enjoy the games, but and if they were brand new, it'd be fine. But when you're trained and indoctrinated to look at that sort of type of action, it can be a problem. It's interesting. I mean, Trajan, I just think that the nature of the game of D&D is very much in line with, F20 is the way people experience video game. It's the way people experience Diablo, God of War, Baldur's Gate, MMOs. I think it's just very ingrained in the ways people think about the game. I don't think there's necessarily. I don't necessarily know that it's more demanding. I think in some places it's more intuitive for people who don't really have all that like baked in bias. I think it actually is more intuitive. When I play Monster of the Week in the past, one of the things I found myself looking for is opportunities to trigger moves on my playbook. I purposely act in the fiction to trigger moves that, for example, let me mark XP. Isn't that still kind of like pushing a button? Sort of. I mean, theoretically, the reason why that move is encouraging you to mark XP is because the game wants you to do that thing, because that thing should be, hopefully, if the game is designed well, reinforcing the narrative tropes of the game. It's creating new problems. It's pushing the mystery ahead. It's, pushing the Monster of the Week genre. The XP is being awarded because you're doing the thing that the game kind of wants you to do in order to sort of tell the story that the game is wanting to tell. And as a result, it rewards you. So, yeah. But in terms of pushing a button, I mean, if you're doing something and it doesn't fit in the fiction, then the GM would have every right to say that, no, your move doesn't trigger. We're not in that situation. I don't care that you push the button, you know. The move still has to trigger. If you want to get that XP, then you need to go do that thing in the fiction. And it needs to actually be the thing that the fiction is describing, or the move is describing. Yes, Trajan, that is well said. Bottom line, GMs be generous of spirit. Players trust the process. That's a really good way to describe it. This is true. This is true. As a GM, empowered by the apocalypse, you need to be able to push the game forward on any result of a die roll. And if you can't think of something to do, then you shouldn't be rolling the dice. You should be able to think of some sort of consequence. And if there's literally no consequence, I almost promise you that you shouldn't. The move probably didn't actually trigger. You were mistaken. You misread something. You took it too simulationist. If you just innately just go, well, I can't think of anything, then you shouldn't be rolling dice. Full stop. Then that's just you get it done. It works, you know. And I think that a lot of GMs actually benefit a lot from that kind of mistake, you know. Hey, Agile Monk, thank you. Love for you and all you do for the hobby. Well, Agile Monk, I don't know how much I do for the hobby, but you know, I like having these conversations and I like trying to you know, dig into some of these ideas, because again, I think that, you know, when I played my 5e game and I used PBTA basically as a philosophical framework, I mean, I thought it was a lot of fun. But thank you, Agile Monk. I am still going. Thank you. So yes, I mean, all games take time to get good and get proficiency. But I will say that as a GM, I do think you need to be, you know, you need to be creative. You need to, but again, it's a shame that we can say that there's any RPG where a GM doesn't need to be creative. That's actually the sadder truth of the matter. Like, oh yeah, you can play that game as a GM and be a robot and just read what's in the adventure. And then when the players make their die rolls, just go, miss, you failed. Does anyone else want to try the check? Okay. You fail. Does anyone else want to try the check? Okay. You pass. You can continue forward. You know, like the fact that that is a acceptable way that these games can be played is kind of gross. I mean, part of the thing that I like about PBTA is probably the thing I like about OSR. I'll be honest with you. I like OSR, GMing it. I don't like playing it. There's not enough there. I like GMing it because OSR and PBTA make me feel important. You know, they make me feel like I matter and that like what my take on the game is interesting. Coming up with stuff, complications, etc. on the fly is my biggest worry going in. Well, no, that's it. That's just it. If you can't come up with something, then don't trigger the move, don't make them roll, and then just decide what happens. That's the solution. That's the key. If you can't think of a complication, if you can't come up with something before they even roll the die, you know, you should at least think about like what could go wrong. Like if they rolled 6-, what would I do here? If you think I got nothing, then that by definition, almost most of the time, that move didn't trigger. You know, so it kind of solves your problem for you. Like the classic example, okay? You're playing root, and somebody, you know, there's a door, and you know they're trying to break in or something like that, and they're trying to pick the lock, and someone goes, all right, I'm gonna go to the lock, and you're like, oh, easy. Listen, I've broken into and out of many prisons before. This will be child's play. And you know your vagabond goes up and starts working, and they're like, so is this triggering a move, or like am I using my roguish skill? And normally they would be using a roguish skill if you could think of some sort of complications before they roll. But if you're like, I actually don't know what the complication would be. The only thing I got here is that they fail to pick the lock, and then they're just sitting there, and you're like, well, that seems horrible. And if that's where your mind goes, then just go, absolutely. Just default to a GM move. Just say, it takes you a little bit of time, it takes you a little bit of time, and there's a couple of worrying moments where a couple of guards you think might be coming, but you are as good as they say you are, and the lock opens. And guess what? That is a totally fine indication of the thing, because if you can't think of a complication, don't put yourself in a situation where you can't think of a complication. They roll the dice, they roll a 6-, and now you're put on the spot in a complication and you can't come up with one. Don't put yourself in that situation. And additionally, yes, Boothby, I think the situation or the nature should give an indication of what consequences could be or would be before they roll. I don't think this is strictly necessary. Sometimes the nature of the narrative should be, indicative of it. In other words, if let's say that we were in some sort of trying to break somebody out of prison, right? For me, a complication might be like, okay, you're like, you describe, you're like, okay, the area patrol, goes by again, and you guys emerge from the shadow and you begin working the lock. All right, use your roguish skills, see if you could pick the lock before another area patrol returns, right? And this is me setting the consequence. They're in a prison. It makes sense. If they pick the lock and I roll a 6-, let's say I didn't say any of that. Let's say they're picking the lock and they roll a 6-, and I describe them working on the lock. And then just as the last tumbler clicks into place, they hear a squawk from down the hallway, and an armed patrol of airy guardsmen says, "Stop! Who goes there?" Or maybe they recognize you. They go, "Oh, it's you, Patches. You're not going to get out alive this time." And they draw blades and begin to, advancing on you. No player should be like, "What? An airy patrol inside of one of their prisons found us while we were picking the lock? That's crazy. I had no idea that is even something that could happen." Unless your players are really not paying attention, that is probably also fine. Now, if your players are inside the airy prison and they're picking the lock to break somebody out and they roll a 6-, and you have a bear kick in the wall behind them, and a bear starts rampaging through the prison, that's where I start to get like, well, that seems like that's a little bit of out of nowhere, and maybe they should have been more aware of that and more kind of indication of that. So I would say, generally speaking, yeah, I think understanding what the cost is or what the complication, because sometimes, by the way, this is where Boothby is your friend. Oh, I'm just talking to Boothby now, because Root gives you the single greatest thing that any GM could ever be given, ever. And you know what that is? Resources. Other PBTA games do not have resources. You have these beautiful, delicious, wonderful checkboxes. Injury, exhaustion, depletion. There's also a fourth set, which is wear on their equipment, right? I don't know if we have any equipment cards here in the player aids. Probably not. Probably not. So the reason why these are great is because when in doubt, just have a mark in exhaustion, have a mark depletion, have a mark some wear on their equipment. Boom. It's a consequence. It matters. It'll affect the game. It'll feel like they're paying some prices. This stuff doesn't just go away with a treat wounds check. It doesn't just go away with a night's sleep. It actually has game, consequences. There's not that many of them. You can see you only have 4 boxes of each. So, just using these things alone is a great release valve as a GM when you are playing Root. In fact, if we go and I open up Root, I don't even know where my mouse is. Here we go. Here's our Root Core RPG. So here's our moves list. Now remember, this is different from what we saw earlier with with Dungeon World, because this is Root and this has a different thing. Inflict injury, exhaustion, wear, depletion, or morale as established. Morale is something that is used for NPCs. Now, reveal an unwelcome truth. Show signs of an approaching threat. Put someone in a spot. These are all classic PBTA GM moves that would appear in Dungeon World, Monster of the Week, you name it. But inflict injury, exhaustion, wear, depletion, or morale, disrupt someone's plans and schemes. Show them what a faction thinks of them. these are all great root only moves that you can sort of turn to. And this one, inflict injury, exhaustion, wear, depletion, or morale as established, is fantastic, right? This is, to me, is one of the best ways to sort of, and again, it says, as established means you shouldn't be inflicting harm without having set up a precedent for this kind of harm. If a PC is in a conversation, suddenly making a GM move to inflict 3 injury from a surprise assassin, unless it's been established in some way that the assassin is hunting the PC, might be around, and is exceedingly deadly. And in which case, at any time, you could just be like, assassin strike. Okay? And again, make your move, but misdirect. Do it in terms, you have a responsibility too as a GM. Don't just say suffer a depletion. Don't do that. That's terrible. Instead, the arrows tear your food pouch open and scatter its contents along the ground as you're running away. Suffer 1 depletion, right? So using resources is a fantastic escape valve. And again, there's injury, exhaustion, depletion, but your equipment also has wear on it. And so, if they have lock picks and they roll a thing, so yeah, you pick the locks, but you put a little extra wear and tear and stress on them, mark a point of wear on your lock picks. Okay. Or the lock is stubborn and it takes a little bit of extra thing. You have to reach into your pouch and pull out some wax, some gum Arabic, and some oil. Mark a point of depletion, right? I had to use up a little bit of my stuff to get this door open. Okay, great, easy peasy. It's still a consequence. It still matters, but we can do that as well. And again, show them what a faction thinks of them. Remember too that more advanced versions of this game, and if you watch the root AP, I did this all the time. These characters have this reputation track that they keep track of with all of the different factions, and so sometimes a good way to hurt them in a more indirect long term is by affecting their reputation. Let's see. This is what makes Root interesting to me. It does a bit more to gamify the fiction. Yes, I would agree, than other PBTA. It does. For better or for worse, it does. It does. That is true. Okay, sorry. I just want to, there is a weapon move. Okay. So in order to make a weapon move, where is it? Storm a group. Quick shot. Here it is. Storm a group. Okay. When you storm a group in melee, mark exhaustion, and you get all this rules text. Does that mean that I can't fight a group of people unless I have storm a group? By the way, to storm a group, you have to have the weapon move and you have to have a weapon that allows you to use that weapon move. So you have to have you have to have a big weapon and you have to be trained in storm a group. No, it just means if you want this exact rules text to apply, then you need to have a group weapon and you need to have a storm a group weapon skill. But if you don't, then you just follow the normal rules, or the GM just make something up. So for example, if your character pulls out 2 daggers and looks back over his shoulder to his party members and says, "Remember me." Remember how I described how the airy patrol came to the guards in the hallway? The group is trying to break in because they need to rescue this Woodland Alliance leader. He's scheduled to be executed, and the vagabonds are trying to break him out. And they've started to believe a little bit in the Woodland Alliance message. They've become fans of the Woodland Alliance. So the rogue, the thief, is picking the lock, rolls a 6-, gets the GM says, "Look, you're the thief. You get the door open," but the airy patrol shows up. You, the thief, kind of maybe you feel a little bit bad, and in the fiction, you look back and you go, "This is my fault. The mission's too important. Remember me." I pull out my 2 daggers from my wrist sheaths, and I am going to charge into that group of airy patrolmen. Go! And then I rush, and then I'm like, "Okay, you guys go." And it's like, well, is he storming a group? No, he's not storming a group. He can't be storming a group. This move will never trigger in Root because he is not trained in storm a group, and he is not using a storm a group weapon. So this rules text, we don't have to worry about it. But that doesn't mean he can't do what he just did. And that doesn't mean that we shouldn't maybe trigger another move, or maybe the GM just tells us what happens. Maybe he's trusting fate. Maybe he's trusting his luck, right? Maybe the GM just tells him what happens. This is the tone of your game, the genre of the game. The key important thing is that character can still charge into a heavily outnumbered group of foes and engage them. You're just not going to get this specific rules benefit unless you have this specific rules text. And by the way, in some cases, this rules text might not even be that useful for you. Like I said, sometimes maybe the GM making something up or telling you to trust fate. There can never be a situation where the GM just goes, well, no, you can't do that. Well, of course I can. Of course I could draw my daggers and charge into a group of area patrolmen, right? Now, what kind of game are you running? Are you running a game like our first edition DMG example? The GM says, the first one strikes you senseless and then the other ones quickly tear you apart. The GM decides that they beat him so severely that he is dead. No, I mean, you could do that. That is within your right. Is that following, if we were playing with the super stripped down first edition old school agenda of say what honesty demands, maybe that is what's accurate. But these are vagabonds. They're kind of supposed to be badasses, not superhero demi-human or demigods like Pathfinder 2 or Dungeons & Dragons characters. More like, kick-ass Ocean's 11, action movies from the 80s, larger than life kind of heroes still. That might not be appropriate. Also, this game undoubtedly has different agendas, right? As we said before, in Root, our objective is make the woodland seem alive and real, make the vagabonds' lives adventurous and important, play to find out what happens. Always say what the principles demand, what the rules demand, what honesty demands, and what your prep demands. And our principles: describe the world like a living painting, address yourself to the characters, not the players, be a fan of the vagabonds, bring danger into seemingly safe settings, call upon their station or reputations, follow the reputation, yada, yada, yada. So when we make our move, when that little raccoon thief pulls out his double net daggers from his wrist sheaths and goes in and engages the heavily armed Airy Dynasty patrol so that his friends have time to complete the mission, we should be taking these principles and these agendas into our heart and decide what happens. So that, to me, is where the real nature of the game is understanding, what are we trying to do here? What is the agenda of our game? And how should the move that I make as a GM flow from that? But never, ever should you say, well, you don't have storm a group, so you can't storm a group. That is the complete wrong answer. For example, so if I don't have disarm and I don't have a disarm weapon, I can't disarm an opponent? Absolutely not. If you want to do exactly this move, you need to have disarm and you need to have a disarm weapon. But can you do this without it? Of course. The difference is it'll be a different move. It might not be as beneficial to you. You might not get as much control over the situation as you do with this move. Or the GM might say, I just get to decide what happens. And maybe there's a bigger cost, or maybe there's not a cost. In that situation, maybe it works to your advantage. But it's not about advantage or disadvantage. It's about who gets to decide what happens. When you pick up a disarm weapon and you pick up the disarm move, you're doing it because you're taking a little bit of that uncertainty out of the game, and you're kind of taking control of the game engine a little bit and saying, no, this is something that is important to me. I want to have a little bit more control. I want to have a little bit more say over what happens when my character is targeting an opponent's weapons with strikes at close range. I want to be able to just say, I hit, I mark 2 exhaustion, and they lose their weapon. I don't want to fuck with what the GM thinks. I'm the player. I'm here. I had a hit. I'm making them lose their weapon. So, so they either mark 2 exhaustion or lose their weapon. End of story. I want that effect. And I don't want the GM to get to decide what happens. I want to get to decide what happens. And I do that by taking this move, taking that weapon, and gaining that sort of narrative. But can I do that in the fiction without this? Yes, I just don't get this benefit. Exactly, Gonza. Having those weapon moves gives you control over the action you describe, since you are triggering the move. Otherwise, it's up to the GM. 100%. 100%. And that's what playbook moves are all about in PBTA. They're about saying, before we didn't have a rule for this. It didn't even exist in the game. So by default, the GM decided what happened. This is important to me. And by choosing this on my playbook, I'm making it important to my character and to the campaign. And now when this situation comes up, instead of it just being the GM to decide, I have a little bit more say over it because now we get to make a roll. And on a good roll or a better than average roll, I get something that is like more reliable or guaranteed. And I have a little bit more say over the narrative than I would have otherwise. So that's where it comes back to that, like exchanging the conch, you know, the storytelling stick. Who has control of it? You or the GM? And by default, when there's no move triggering, when you do something, the ball is passed to the GM and the GM gets to make a move and decide what happens. They tell you what happens. Look over there. This is what you see. I attack this guy. This is what happens, right? Rules and moves get involved and they interrupt that. They pause that conversation, right? That's what Thirsty Sword Lesbian said. They said it pauses the conversation and we interject the rules, right? Absolutely, Anon. It absolutely does go back to agency, you know? Most gamers have been conditioned to view things in terms of effectiveness. And that is, yes, that is true. And that's because they've been conditioned to think about the game in terms of winning and losing. And, you know, to be quite frank, I don't blame D20 Fantasy 20 players for thinking that way. Because let's assume that you are approaching the game with a belief that the game can be lost. You've seen the rules. You know what happens. You know, and maybe you're thinking, my GM doesn't fudge. Maybe they do, but you don't know that. And you're thinking, oh, these fights are really tough. But you don't know that they're mathematically balanced so that you almost always win. From your perspective, death, losing, is a real consequence. And it's not just like, oh, we got a setback. No, it's like we all died. The party got wiped out. Everything that we've worked for fell apart. The bad guys won. The world ends. So when that is like what is on the line, it makes sense that D20 players would be like, I need to do everything I can to be as optimized and as min-maxed as possible because doing anything less than that is irresponsible of me. Not just as a player, but as a PC. Do you know how much is on the line for my character? I can't be fucking around and taking some stupid feat that doesn't do anything. I cannot risk losing. The stakes are too high. So, that drive, that obsession with effectiveness and power creep, I think is kind of born out of a desire of saying, we don't want to lose because the consequences of losing are too dire to even consider or fathom. And in good faith, we believe that our GM is not fudging and that we don't have a safety net, that if I go to dying 4 or 3 failed death stays, I'm dead, then maybe the rest of the party can't make up for my loss. Someone else dies, and before you know it, it's a TPK. And we don't stop the, BBEG from doing their horrible thing. And the campaign is over. And we lost, because I didn't min-max. So it is, I think, we've done it to ourselves, essentially. I don't know how useful it was, Tabletop Nerd Josh, but, we definitely did talk for 3.5 hours, so. Anyways, all right, well, more PBTA to come. It's just, I'm interested, I will say. I wouldn't be lying if I didn't say I'm interested to see what Luke Crane, even if he isn't the designer, even if he is just the developer and is involved in the process, Luke Crane, I consider to be one of the GOATs. And, Luke Crane was there from the beginning with Vincent Baker. And I'm legitimately interested to see what Dungeon World Second Edition, comes, what comes of it. I'm sure we'll see a Kickstarter or backer kit, but who knows? Has Luke Crane ever done Kickstarter? I don't know. Yeah, I know. Nothing to add. Just listen to Derek evangelize. Well, Ben, you came into the right time. Fun stream, fun hang. Thank you, Jackal. The man from Nan. Sorry if I missed it earlier, but when will the Mega Dragon campaign start? Actually, great question, man from Nan. Number one, this is just sort of a general announcement. Normally, by now, we would be several months into our Northern Reaches Pathfinder 2 campaign. That got delayed heavily this year, mostly because the primary architect, Smith, had got super busy because the company that he owned and has been building up for the last like almost 20 years finally got purchased, and there was a huge amount of work that went into that, and a huge amount of changing over new, he had a new boss and new, all this other stuff. So it was a huge amount of work for him and a lot of stress, and he had some family, there were some deaths in the family. So anyways, long story short, and I was not one to put pressure on him. So, but because quite frankly, all of his stuff is more important than that stuff. That being said, we wanted to get something out. So our focus the last couple of weeks, like the last week or two, and also I had a fire and my power went out. My dog had a surgery and I had to go to Gen Con. I had to go to Gen Con, but I went to Gen Con. So Dragonbane kind of got delayed a little bit so that we could launch a shortened season of Northern Reaches, because that was supposed to start back in like April. That being said, Dragon Tide will hopefully start, August, I think, is a bit but my birthday, September 24th. I'd love to have it out by then. Bob and I have pretty much cleared up most of the major things. I mean, there's still some editing work that needs to be done in terms of presenting the document. There's a couple of rules things that we want to figure out, but we want to get it right, and we want the Dragonbane campaign to work, and we want it to be fun, and so we're taking our time for that. But we only just started talking about it back in like late May, early June, so it's only been a couple months, and sometimes these things take time. We all have jobs and lives, and unfortunately for me, mine's been super busy just because of all the unbelievable array of tragedy, horrible things keep happening to me, but we'll break through for it. But I am really excited about it. I'm actually excited about both. I'm really excited for my Pathfinder 2 patrons who have just gotten a new remastered, just gotten Players Core 2, some really cool updates to those classes. When we played Northern Reaches last year, we didn't really allow the kineticist, kind of let it in at the last minute, but you had to manually do it. So now you're going to have kineticists, you're going to have these updated classes. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And we have a really cool kind of fun framework for those people to play. So I'm excited to see what they do. And then Dragon Tide, I think, is going to be a lot of cool fun. And I'm interested to see how the group breaks it down. So, let's see here. Yep, we are about done, Erica. Thank you, Pathfinder. Well, I appreciate that you appreciate it. How about that? Really useful stuff for sure. I have the Avatar and Root books, but still haven't had a chance to play or GM any PBTA. Great insights today. Well, those are both really good books. Now, let me be clear. Avatar and Root are very crunchy. If you read a game, I mean, case in point, right? I mean, like, look at a game like Monster Hearts is, a fraction of the size. I don't even know where my Monster Hearts is. Here it is. Monster Hearts is a slim little book, compared to, the chunker that is Root or the chunker that is, Avatar. So this is a pretty thin little manual, but we do love it. A story game about the messy lives of teenage monsters. This art is so good. So anyways, but this is a much more, again, there's less moves here. There's less mechanics here. So that means there's a lot more stuff for the GM to do, right? The MC, as they call it at this point, because this was an early PBTA game. The Master of Ceremonies, officially called here. But so a little bit more hands-on, and that means that the players don't have quite so much agency per se, because a lot more is just relying upon you saying something and the GM responding back. So for some people, they might like that. Some people, they don't like that. That's a good question. I have kind of bounced off of the Iron Sworn and the Starforged a little bit, but a lot of people really like them, and they're quite good. And so that is a good point as well. Sliding at the very end, we'll rewatch later. All right, Goblin. Thanks, Goblin. And yeah, Root does have a third book on the way. I'm surprised, actually. That kind of shocked, actually, if you want to be honest with you. I kind of thought they would be over and done with that and on to something new. Avatar is a very, very thick PBTA game, but I think it's really good. Avatar, I haven't played a campaign of it yet. I've only played, a couple of one-off sessions here and there, and like a 2-shot. But I think it may potentially be my favorite PBTA game, just because I think that the combination of balance moves, the guide and comfort move, the balance moves. I don't care about the technique and the combat exchange system. I get why it's there, and I think it does have a purpose. I'm just saying, for me, the game is all about like the conditions, the balance move, the guide and comfort move. I think it works so well to tell Avatar stories and to really drive home a mechanical framework for creating Avatar stories. So I think it's really awesome. So season 2.5 Beach Time Island Adventure. You got it. Karama, that's it exactly. Anyways, so more stuff to come on that. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us tonight. Again, this was a long one, but, sometimes that's the way it be. Thursday, we are going to be getting the complete opposite of whatever it is that we did tonight. I'm going to be taking a look at the DC-20 system, which recently finished its $2 million Kickstarter maybe like a month ago or so. So absolutely massive Kickstarter from the Dungeon Coach. Had the opportunity to hang out with him a little bit at Gen Con via our mutual friend Stephen Glicker. Very sweet man, very enthusiastic. And some people have been asking me to take a look at the game for a while. It reached the stream goal, so I said we'll do it. I don't know what to expect, but I do know that this is kind of a 5e come PF2e 4e game. So think like action RPG. So it'll be very different from this. Let's just put it that way. All right, Ben says, okay, lightning round. Your 3 favorite PBTA games, excluding Avatar, Monster Hearts, Root, and Night Witches. Ooh, boy, put me on the cross there. So see, okay, excluding Avatar, Monster Hearts is my favorite PBTA game. So okay, excluding Night Witches is a cruel move because that would have definitely been my go-to. Okay. Now, I'm gonna use Vincent Baker's own definitions here. According to Vincent Baker, if somebody says that their game is powered by the apocalypse, it's powered by the apocalypse. So I'm gonna say Blades in the Dark because technically, John Harper says this was inspired by Blades in the John Harper says this is powered by the apocalypse, and according to Vincent Baker, that means it is powered by the apocalypse. So that is my cheap answer. Okay, what else? I don't really like that game. I mean, you didn't say it. It has its flaws. It has its faults. It is absolutely problematic. But, I mean, the Dungeon World is, I think, a seminal game. And I have had some incredibly fun games at cons and one-shots with this game. And despite its flaws, and it's kind of long in the tooth, I do think it is still good. And I am legitimately interested in what they're going to do, especially with Luke Crane's help for the 2nd edition. Now, 3rd. Okay, well, there you stole Night Witches from me, so I can't do Night Witches. It's tempting to say Monster of the Week, but it's not Monster of the Week. This is tough. It's probably not Masks. Put me on the spot here. It's tough. Could be Scup. I don't know, maybe. Could be the Sword of the Crown. All right. Monster of the Week. All right. It's not Apocalypse World. I mean, I love Apocalypse World, but it's not Apocalypse World. I'll say this. Okay. I'll say this. This game, this is the Sword of the Crown and the Unspeakable Power. This is like Game of Thrones PBTA. And it is a very player, kind of the players kind of are in each other's face. There's definitely no party here. They're definitely squabbling for political party, so power. So there's a lot of things. Now, this game has some writing issues, but the implementation of it and the way it's written, I think, is really, really cool. It is an older game. I think it came out. I guess it came out 2018. Why did I think? I thought this game came out like 2012 or something. Okay, so that's not even that bad. But I've only played this game maybe twice at Gen Con, but I enjoyed it each time, and the GM was really good. So this was, I think, really, really good. That being said, this is a game I've only ever played at Gen Con. I've never run it. But I do think Worldwide Wrestling, and I think when I played it, it was the first edition. So the second edition came out, and I never owned it, but I played it a number of times because this was a surprisingly popular game at Indie Games on Demand at Gen Con for a number of years. But I will say this, if you're into wrestling, one of the things I really like about Night Witches, Ben, is Night Witches is a game, but it's also like it's teaching you something, and it's like letting you experience this reality, this world that these women experienced during World War II. Like, this is, I think, a fantastic game to sort of make you feel like you are in, the professional wrestling business industry. And I imagine this is a lot more fun for people who are really into wrestling. I'm not one of those people. I think maybe it was for a year or two and when I was younger. But the way that they implement this, I think, is a really, really clever and well done way. It's a little crunchy with the moves and stuff, the wrestling moves, but I do think it's really fun. And they have this great random wrestler table that you can roll up. The random person that you get to choke out and take out. So Worldwide Wrestling is good. Now, like I said, honorable mention to Monster of the Week, honorable mention Apocalypse World. You know what? Last thing I'll throw in is Masks. So I think Masks sort of is where Magpie got, like, this is where they really figured some stuff out, because like a lot of the framework for Masks honestly ended up going into Thirsty Sword Lesbians, ended up going into Avatar, even into a little bit of Root. They really figured something out, with Masks. And I think it's really exciting. I will say that there's even some Magpie games that I have not really even cracked into yet, like Passion de las Pasiones, Cartel, and by all accounts of me, they're pretty amazing. It's just those aren't necessarily the genres that I'm the most interested in. Like narco fiction is not. I never watched Breaking Bad. I have no interest in Breaking Bad. I never did have an interest in Breaking Bad. But if you liked Breaking Bad, or any like that Narcos show that was very popular a couple of years ago, you got to pick up Cartel. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Yes, absolutely. Gabriel, are you playing and or running any games nowadays? Gabriel, very few. And that is really unfortunate. Because it's one of those, number one, I've been pretty busy with other things in my life, trying to move and then my house fire and all this other stuff. But even before that, I was trying to get my house ready to sell it, and I was redoing my bathroom and stuff like that. So my time during the week has been very diminished. The channel eats up a lot of time between the Discord, the streams, 2 to 3 streams a week. That's 10 to 12 hours that I spend every week just live, or 10 hours a week that I spend live, that I could be playing maybe 1 or 2 RPGs, and it's RPG time, but it's not RPG time, And then there's time spent talking to my patrons, answering messages, chatting with people, and that sometimes is honestly another 20 hours a week, if not more. So I'm spending almost a full-time job, some weeks probably a full-time job's worth of time, just managing the Patreon, which is a lot of fun, and the channel, but it's not playing games. Now, I do have a goal. I do have a plan. I do have some of my patrons who are higher tier, and they They pay more money a month, and part of that reward is they get these golden tickets that they can use for really cool merch and all this other stuff. But one of the other things that we've talked about doing is me running some games for folks, and we were in the process of setting those up, and we were starting to get them scheduled when my house caught on fire. So, and then my dog needs surgery, and then we lost power for a week. So, it's been kind of one disaster after another, unfortunately. But my hope is that I can, actually get some more time to play games and just and run games for people. But Gabe, if I'm being honest with you, I'm a little nervous, and not because I'm nervous to GM. I don't like jamming on VTT. I just don't. I don't like it. It's not my thing. And maybe I just need to just suck it up and just do a VTT and just have people print out character sheets and not do anything VTT related at all. Like at all. But that scares me too. And I'll tell you why. Because even when I'm playing at a table, like a real table, and players are just sitting around with papers and pencils and dice and their character sheets or whatever, I still use the shared space. I still, help players look at their dice rolls, and I help players look at their character sheets, and there might be some sort of, communal area where we can mark things or share things. So like the physical tactile aspect of having those shared information is still kind of important to the way I run games. And obviously you can have that in, Foundry VTT, but then you're going through all the, the huggabub of playing in Foundry VTT, which is not my favorite. Now I could just do the thing where it's like, we're on a Zoom call, you've got your dice and your character sheet at your house, and we're just talking and we're expanding things. The players are saying things, but then I sometimes I think it's very powerful and useful sometimes for other people to see other people's character sheets, or for other people, for me to have like an ability to write on a note card and throw it down to the middle of the table. So that's where I suddenly start to need some sort of physical props. And yeah, I mean, Ben broke the format with his Zoom, and then he has a camera mounted above his place that shoots down so he can have like his map cam. Maybe I need to do that, Ben. Maybe that's the solution. Fun fact, Brendan Conway used Monster Heart's basic moves for his first playtesting sessions of Masks. That's how it started. Awesome. And also, I mean, I let me be very clear about something here. Masks definitely, to me, one of the reasons there's like this lineage, like Masks kind of beget Thirsty Sword Lesbians, and then Masks sort of beget Root and Avatar and some of these other games. But let me be very clear that their lineage definitely, one of the reasons I enjoy them so much is because, yes, it goes straight back to this. It goes back to strings. If you like strings from Thirsty Sword Lesbians, this is where strings came from. And the idea of conditions. Now, in Monster Hearts, they weren't predefined conditions. It was just this idea that you could just give people conditions, and it would be like a narrative thing that you would write down on your sheet, or I usually would give people a note card that would say what the condition is and hand it to them. And it stuck with them until narratively dealt with. Anyways, fantastic game. And here's the thing. I don't like ghosties or ghoulies or goblins or any of that stuff. But man, this game has just been so fun over the years. I haven't played it in a long time, though. Anyways. All right, folks. Now it's 11, so it's officially 4 hours. And we had to do a pre-stream today. Oh, my God. We've been going for a long time. All right, folks. We'll be back Thursday to talk about action economy and feats and action points and levels and skill ups and stats and hit points and willpower points and spell slots and whatever else is in that game. Again, looking forward to it. But I like RPGs, but it'll be very different than tonight. So we'll hopefully see you Thursday. And again, thank you to everybody who came out and supported us tonight. We had super chats from Agile Monk, GM Scott, Dr. Waits, and Kyle. We had tips from Trevco, Gonza, and Dr. Metropolis. So thank you so much for that support. Yes, very much the opposite of today's stream. Exactly. So, but looking forward to it all, and we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody.